Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was rejected by UA and became a vigilante? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku is the boy with a stippling of stars across his cheeks and a sun for a heart that desires only to help others. And despite his quirkless status, despite the bullying, despite everyone telling him that he'll never be a hero, that desire has never wavered. But he's a smart kid. He knows that one cannot simply become a hero through dreams alone. He's quirkless, but that doesn't mean he's incapable. It simply means that he has to try that much harder, that his start line has been set further back than the rest of his peers. So, at 9 he begs his mother to enroll him at a small dojo. It's a 30-minute walk from their apartment, and only 13 minutes from his current school. Inko never mentions how she'll manage the extra bill, but he notices that she's started coming home later on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And Izuku feels bad that he's making her work even harder than she already is. But he needs this. He needs to be a hero. His new martial arts instructor is a Korean woman with blue, luminescent freckles, and blacked-out scara. She gives off a sort of ethereal energy, but her regal posture and the slight squint to her eyes help dissipate such illusions. My name is Ji-woo Chi. In this dojo you are to refer to me as Chi-sensei. Midoriya's own posture straightens as she turns to face the 6 of them. You're here to learn the art of Muay Thai. It is not a game, nor is it a hobby, it is a martial art, a lifestyle, and I demand that you treat it as such. Her eyes are somewhat unnerving, the fact that he's unable to tell if she's looking at him or not putting the boy on edge. If you are unable to understand or accept this, then this is not the right dojo for you. You came here to learn, but I will only be able to teach you if you are willing to be taught. She pauses, looking over the group. There's only one major thing that I ask of you here, and that is your promise that you'll only use what you learn here to protect. If I discover that you're using your skills to bully or intimidate others, I will ban you from this dojo and you will not be allowed to return. Am I clear? There's a chorus of student voices. Yes, Chi-sensei. Her stance shifts. Now, arms up. Hi. Midoriya. Elbows up. You want to leave your midriff exposed in order to lure your opponent's attacks there. Trick them into thinking it's a weak point in your defense. Hi. They've been doing drills for the last 30 minutes, so the word comes out breathy as he brings his arms up further before throwing another punch. Tanaka. Feet together. Your stance is too wide and your hips aren't squared. This isn't boxing. Hi. Hirano. Keep your feet moving. Make sure you're shifting your weight from foot to foot. The march is the most basic skill you'll need for Muay Thai. Midoriya. What did I just say? Keep your fists in front of your face. Pay attention to what you're doing. The boy's cheeks flush before he stutters out a, yes, Chi-sensei. He's tired and the fact that his arms keep drifting down makes him embarrassed, but he's happy. The sun in his chest makes him almost radiant, the light leaking out in the form of an uncontrollable smile that's nudging the corners of his mouth upwards. I can be a hero. It isn't until a year after Midoriya had started at the dojo that they see Ji-woo follow up on her initial promise, the events surrounding it serving as a reminder for the remaining 5. Hirano is the first to bring up the missing student, asking the question that everyone else had wanted to know the answer to. Chi-sensei? Tanaka hasn't been here in a while. Is he sick? The others all pause in their stretches, gazes finding their instructors. Izuku never had disliked the older boy, but there'd always been something a little too vicious that would come out of him while sparring that made Midoriya wary. Chi-sensei takes a moment to respond, her pitch-stained eyes watching them, putting the class on edge. I learned from his mother last week that he attacked one of his classmates at school. He couldn't follow the dojo's rules, therefore he will not be returning to us. Murmurs go through the small group, Hirano leaning over to whisper something in the ear of the girl next to her. Let this serve as a reminder for all of you. The rules you agreed upon at the beginning of your training here will not be made a mockery of. There's only one major thing that I ask of you here, and that is your promise that you'll only use what you learn here to protect. The voice ringing in his head is Chi-sensei's. The memory surrounding it feels years away, but the words themselves echo like Izuku had only heard them yesterday. I will not let anyone smear this dojo's reputation because of something so impulsive. Her expression is carefully blank, but woman's luminescent freckles flare, the change unnoticed by all but Midoriya. She's angry, he observes. Your actions reflect back on not only yourself, but on everything that you're affiliated with. Your friends, your family, your school, your dojo, they are all affected by what you do. Remember this the next time you feel the urge to make a fool of yourself. Now back to stretching. There's a rumble of yes, Chi-sensei, from the remaining 5 students as they resume warming up. Midoriya's gaze follows the woman across the room as he sits down. Her black ponytail swings behind her as she makes her way towards the window where she watches the sun set over Mizudafu's skyline. Use what you learn here to protect. Izuku lets out a slow breath as he bends, hands wrapping around the base of his left foot. Protect. I will, Midoriya thinks, eyes closing. I'll protect everyone with the power I'll earn. The next year passes peacefully for the 5 remaining in their class. All of them holding Tanaka as a strong reminder to think before they act, and for Midoriya it serves as the extra push he'd needed to work even harder. It's during this year that Chi-sensei first brings up the idea of competitions. Class is over, and they'd just been released from practice. Before you leave, there's a local Muay Thai competition coming up next month. If there's anyone that's interested in possibly competing, then please come talk to me before you head out. If I think you're ready for it, then we can talk to your parents. It takes only a moment before there's a mad dash to line up in front of the woman. Jiwoo chuckling at their excitement. From her own place in line, Hirano spies Izuku heading for his backpack. She bounces on her heels twice, glancing between him and Chi-sensei before abandoning the other 3 to go talk to the boy. Midoriya? He looks up as she approaches. Are you not going to ask sensei about the competition? Izuku blinks at her in mild surprise. No, I'm not really interested. Don't you think it'd be fun? She leans forward, balancing on her toes as she waits for his response. I'm not here to have fun though. Hirano's cheeks puff out as Midoriya turns back to his bag, undoing the wraps around his hands and wrists. You don't have to take everything so seriously all the time, you know. The boy flexes his fingers, knuckles a bit sore from today's training. You're younger than me, so you shouldn't worry about everything so much. She decides to ruffle his hair before turning back to the line in front of Chi-sensei. I'm not worrying about anything, he murmurs just out of earshot. It's just that I have to work twice as hard as everyone else to get where I'm going. He shoves his hand wraps into his backpack before throwing it over his shoulder and heading towards the door. Jiwoo eyes him as he goes. She'd been expecting the boy to be the first of the 5 to come and talk to her about the competition. But it figures that he'd have an aversion to such types of pointless fighting. He's a diligent kid, a good fighter. Chi-sensei? Not one for needless violence. Ji makes a non-committal noise, turning back to look at the student in front of her. She plays off her silence as thoughtful contemplation. Your reaction times are still rather slow, Gaiman. I don't think you'd be ready for the competition in time. She watches the boy's face fall. But if you improve enough before then, I'll reconsider, so work hard. Hi. Midoriya, I'd like to talk to you for a moment before you leave. It's his 3rd year at the dojo, and this certainly isn't the first time Chi-sensei had wanted to talk to him after class. But usually it's either trying to convince him to enter a competition or to inquire after the burns and bruises he'd earned after a one-sided skirmish with Bakugo. But it's been a while since Katsuki had picked a fight with him, and there weren't any upcoming tournaments that he knows of. Izuku looks away from his sparring partner, giving Hirano the opening she needs to send a quick kick to his ribs while his guard is down. He stumbles at the unexpected attack, eyes zipping back to see the smug smirk on his partner's lips as she throws a fist towards his face. It gives him just enough time to redirect the punch away from him. He can hear Chi-sensei laughing behind him, a reaction few of her students are privy to. You shouldn't let your guard down while you're fighting. You can't let something as simple as words distract you. Izuku feels fire in his cheeks as he catches Hirano's arm when she goes in for another jab, using her own momentum to bring her down to the mat. Yes, sensei. He's pulling off his gloves when the woman finally comes over to talk with him. Midoriya, I was wondering if you'd be interested in trying something new. He turns quickly, fatigue forgotten and eyes sparking with new life. Yes. The woman lets out a quiet laugh. So quick. The corners of her eyes crinkle. You don't even know what it is yet. Yes. So, you'd be fine if I started training you on how to use weapons? Jiu swears she sees literal stars in the boy's eyes when she says this, the light radiating from the smile he's giving her almost blinding. Yes. We'd replace 2 of your regular lessons with weapons training, and we'd have to meet later than usual on those days. Yes. Izuku is vibrating with excitement. Weapons would be essential if he wanted to be a hero. She lets out a small laugh before patting Midoriya's shoulder. All right then, I'll talk to your mother about it and set up a new meeting time. Midoriya doesn't know what he'd been expecting when Chi-sensei had talked about weapons training last week, but he knows this certainly wasn't it. We'll start with this. When she pulls out a wooden staff, Izuku is more than a little disappointed. Jongbang. Though you're more likely to hear it called a bow staff. It's a stick, he thinks, staring at it with a furrow in his brow. I'll teach you the basics before I add you to another class I'm working with. They're all older than you, but I'm sure you'll be able to hold your own. Izuku's eyes brighten. This can be an effective weapon in the right hands. She twirls it in her hand. I believe you'll be able to learn it quickly. You're a smart kid, Midoriya. The 12-year-old straightens his posture, squaring his shoulders as Jiu tosses him the staff in her hands before grabbing another one for herself. Now, I want you to mirror my stance. In the end it takes him a month to master the basics, and despite what Chi-sensei had said, she's surprised he's got everything down after only 8 sessions. Of course she doesn't know about the training he does at Dagoba every day, fighting invisible enemies with a metal pipe he'd found among the trash. I think you're ready for the other class. There's not much I could teach you here that you wouldn't learn just as easily there. Jiu lets out a breathy laugh as she reaches behind her head to tighten her ponytail. Midoriya leans himself against his staff, his breathing only slightly labored. Most of the students in that class either have work or cram school, so class starts at 6 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. A bit later than you're used to, so make sure you don't fall behind on your schoolwork. Jiu smirks at the boy as Izuku huffs out a laugh. Hi. Over the next 2 years as Midoriya continues his sessions with Chi-sensei, they lose another student to the sands of time. Though in this case the choice is a willing one. When Hirano leaves she says it's because she's grown up and grown out of it, says that she wanted to try something new now that she was starting high school. And Izuku really doesn't get it, doesn't understand how she can spend almost 5 years training only to act like none of it mattered in the end. Hirano never saw Muay Thai as a lifestyle. Chi-sensei's voice startles him. It was only ever a source of entertainment for her. She never cared about winning competitions either. I'm sure she was only in them for the adrenaline rush. Jiu gives the boy a soft smile as he turns towards her. You are mumbling again, is the only explanation she gives as the rest of her Tuesday class continues running through a set of drills she'd given them. Hirano is a smart kid, but she doesn't take many things seriously. This was just a hobby for her. Midoriya doesn't believe he could think of Muay Thai as a hobby even if he wanted to. The idea that it could so easily be categorized as something so inconsequential troubles him. He absent-mindedly twirls the bow staff in his hand. Hirano's going had been on his mind since she'd left, and now adding what Chi-sensei had said, he was sure it would continue to tug at his attention in the days to come. Don't let it bother you too much, Midoriya. But it does bother him. They'd lost Tanaka to power, and now Hirano to boredom. There had only been 2 things asked of them, not to harm others, and take the training seriously. This place, this training, was a stepping stool for him. His race had begun at the age of 4, and for the last 9 years he'd been struggling just to catch a glimpse of the backs of his peers. But he'd been drawing closer every day since he was 9. With every new training session, whether he be at the dojo sparring with his classmates or battling invisible enemies at Dagoba, he ran faster. Muay Thai was a lifestyle to him because it had to be. If he didn't try his hardest, if he didn't give it his all, then he'd learned over the years that hopes and dreams were as useless as the shooting stars he'd wished upon as a kid. Hard work would be what he used to surpass those running just ahead of him. Hard work is what would push him to run faster, to outdistance even more of his peers. His desire would fuel that hard work, in order to protect people, in order to save them. Izuku just had to make sure he didn't stop running. But the race is a hard one. He'd grown up watching Bakugo's back disappear into the distance, no matter how fast Midoriya would run, no matter how much he pushed himself to do better. There are times when Bakugo makes it hard to run, other times when he makes it easy. When he's 15, Katsuki makes it a little bit of both. Even from so far ahead, the boy still manages to screw up Izuku's race. And it's during this time that Midoriya nearly breaks one of the dojo's only rules. Only use what you learn here to protect. It's a moment where he very nearly sends a right hook into Bakugo Katsuki's jaw. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Midoriya's fists clench around the straps of his backpack as he makes his way towards the dojo. He hadn't needed to see Bakugo's face to know about the mordant smile on his lips. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof. He's telling people to kill themselves now? Izuku sneers. I'd love to see him bear the consequences of those words. He pauses, his stride stuttering. No, that would mean, Midoriya sighs, kicking at a pebble on the sidewalk. He's late today, the fiasco with Katsuki taking longer than he'd liked. So, when he gets to the dojo, the others are already stretching and he has to be quick to make his way into the small bathroom to change. He notes the damage done to his jacket and shirt and curses Katsuki in his head. It's hard to see from this angle, but there's also a painfully bright red spot on his shoulder from Bakugo's quirk that Midoriya's sure will blister given time. He sighs, pulling on a pair of shorts and slipping a t-shirt over the burn mark before heading out to stretch with the others. He'd been noticeably more vicious with his punches against the training dummy today. Vicious to the point where Chi-sensei had banned him from sparring for the day, even though she knows he'd never purposely hurt his classmates. Instead, she redirects his attention to training his kicks, worried that he'd somehow manage to bruise his knuckles through his kickboxing gloves. But even then, his kicks had been ruthless and insatiable, and she worried about how his legs would hold up against such a beating. Her students were not immune to bruising, and Midoriya Izuku was certainly no exception. But there were days when the boy would come in with bruises too fresh to be from one of his sparring sessions, or show up with burns marks mottling his skin that have no business being there. The boy always has excuses for the injuries when she asks after them, and though she's never fully believed them, she gives him his space and reminds him that she's here to talk if he ever needs to. But this fury of his today is particularly troubling. It's not a first-time occurrence, but it's certainly a rare one. It's amazing just how much his mood can affect her other students, the number of their mistakes always spiking higher when Midoriya slips into moods like these. All of them wary of his temper and left to question what had managed to cloud the sun in his chest. Fear the day when a good heart gives up on you, Ju quotes quietly as she watches the boy. His face is pinched with anger, but it would take a fool not to notice the pain swirling there. A heart does not turn cold unless it's been treated with coldness for a while. So, who's been hurting you, Midoriya? Izuku fights a grimace when Chi-sensei stops him on his way out, resting a heavy hand on his burned shoulder. You were late today. Any reason why? This time the boy really does grimace. It wasn't anything important. One of her brows quirk upward. It was important enough to make you late. Midoriya tries to look anywhere but her eyes, his inability to determine her line of sight still somewhat unnerving even after being around her for 6 years. I just left my notebook somewhere and had to get it. She continues to eye him skeptically. That's why I didn't say anything, because it wasn't important. The woman lets her eyes drift closed for a moment, letting out a tired sigh as she gently squeezes Izuku's shoulder. She misses the pained twitch of his eye. I'm not just your instructor, Midoriya. I'm also your caretaker while you're here. It's my job to make sure that you're safe and protected and learning what you need to while you're with me. Don't hesitate to talk to me if there's someone or something bothering you. Izuku is ready for the day to be over. His shoulder aches, and he can feel a dull throbbing in his fists and legs from the training dummy. So when Jiwoo drops her hand from his shoulder, he almost sags with relief because he can finally go home and eat the katsudon his mom said she was making tonight. But that isn't the end to his bad day. He checks their apartment's mailbox on his way to the stairs because as exhausted as he is, Izuku knows that the mail is the one thing Inko always forgets to grab when she comes home. A soft smile makes its way across his face when Midoriya opens their box to see several envelopes still there. He thumbs through it as he walks, pausing in his steps when he sees one addressed to him. It's a letter from Yue, one that he hadn't been expecting. Lead pools in his stomach as he stares at it. He turns around, tucking the rest of the mail back into their box as he continues staring at the envelope. Izuku bites the corner of his lip, brows furrowing before he shoves it into his jacket pocket and jogs away from the building. It takes everything within him not to stop in the middle of the sidewalk and tear open the letter there. The pit of lead in his stomach has only grown larger, heavier, to the point where it's begun to crawl its way up his throat the more he thinks about what they could want 10 months before the exams. He picks up the pace of his jog. When his feet finally hit Dagobara's sand, he's quick to weave his way into the mounds of old appliances and other discarded trash until he's made his way to his usual small clearing. He rips the letter from his pocket and stares at it in the falling darkness. The street lamps kicks on behind him, its light seeping through the mountain of garbage at his back. Izuku's hands shake with barely restrained nerves as he carefully tears open the envelope and pulls out the letter inside. His eyes strain to read it in the fading light, but his eyes hone in on one particular word: regret. Midoriya's knees buckles and he goes down, the sand catching the boy as if it's trying to comfort him. He strains his eyes harder, gaze jumping back to the top to start from the beginning, hoping, praying. But dreaming never got him anywhere, and evidently neither did his hard work. They'd sent his application back, saying that the dangers of hero work without a quirk are simply too high. They encourage him to apply for a different department, not the hero course. The thought makes him sick, and suddenly the sun that had for so long burned in place of his heart begins imploding. It's slow at first, the complete opposite of the nightmare sequence that's playing rapid fire in his head. But with every new thought he descends into a darker place until the star between his ribcage collapses into a black hole that's sucking the breath from his lungs. It's changing the effects of gravity, pulling viciously at his organs until he's certain he'll die from it. He'll die, he'll die, he'll die, he'll die. The black hole in his chest is pulling at every quark within his body, latching onto every atom with an inescapable drag of gravity. He watches the letter to see if it will be pulled in as well, but it stays where it is, resting innocently between his hands like it hadn't caused the implosion of his heart. His fists clench, crinkling the edges of the paper. His vision blurs at the corners as tears drip down his star-lined cheeks, several dark splotches appearing on the paper in his hands. His teeth are grit and grind painfully together. They hadn't even given him a chance. There's an ungodly noise that's forcing its way out of his throat, burning like acid. He lets out a mix between a scream and a sob, a cocktail of pure misery. They hadn't even given him a chance. Midoriya Izuku is the boy with a stippling of stars across his cheeks and a sun for a heart that desires only to help others. And despite his quirkless status, despite the bullying, despite everyone telling him that he'll never be a hero, that desire has never wavered. Not until now. When Izuku gets back, dinner is already on the table. He's scrubbed the tear tracks from his cheeks before coming in, but he hadn't been able to check whether his eyes were red or not. He's sure they are, but there's no hiding it now. Izuku's hands tremble slightly, and he feels like the life had been drained out of him right along with his dreams. The katsudon Inko made tastes like sand from Dagoba. And it doesn't take his mother long to notice something's wrong with him when he's picking at his food the way he is. Izuku? Did something happen? You came home later than usual. The boy wants the ground to open up underneath him, wants the black hole in his chest to SCK him in, wants it to grind him into atoms like he never existed in the first place. But his mother stares at him, eyes prompting him to respond. He contemplates lying to her. He contemplates leaving the letter somewhere she'll find it just so he doesn't have to tell her himself. His shoulder throbs from the burn Bakugu had left with him, and his eyes ache from all his crying. Izuku had been told to kill himself today, He'd been rejected from his dream course at his dream school. He's 15 and all he wants to do is go lay down and cry some more, maybe not talk for a few days and enjoy the silence it offers him. He just wants to stave off his mother's pitying look. He feels like throwing up. I got a letter from UA. They said I should try applying for another course. He doesn't tell her that they rejected him. He's not sure he could bring himself to say it if he wanted to. Izuku sniffles, running his jacket sleeve under his nose, tears blurring his vision as the boy stares down at the bowl of katsudon in front of him. He can hear the scraping of a chair on the kitchen tile but refuses to look up as he wipes furiously at his eyes. Inko kneels down on the floor next to him, gently taking his hands between hers. Izuku can feel her fingers trembling around his and turns to look at her. There are tears in her eyes as she stares at him, her face stricken with grief. I'm so sorry, Izuku. He flinches at the words. Memories of a 4-year-old Izuku bubbling up with him. The words aren't ones he wants to hear, not what he needs. But he doesn't blame her. Not with the face she's making, not with the tears that are darkening the edges of his shorts when she bows her head. He's never blamed her, doesn't think he could if he tried. His mother is crying for him, for his dreams that the world had crushed so ruthlessly. How could he blame her for that? He'd look back on this moment in the future, thankful for her words despite the pain they'd brought with them. It was those words that inspired him to save others, those words that inspired him to prove the rest of the world wrong, those words that kept him running. But, for now he stays home, doesn't go to school for the rest of the week, doesn't even drag himself to the dojo to train. Doesn't see the point to any of it anymore. He wakes up to nightmares during these days, even his afternoon naps are plagued by ruthless dreams. It starts with Yue's rejection letter, the nightmare acting as some sort of mordant parody of Harry Potter. Only this time he's the one hiding the letters and Bakuga's the one playing the role of Hagrid, storming in their apartment in the dead of night with a sharp smile and "You'll never be a hero." When his dreams aren't about the letter, he usually finds himself standing at the top of buildings. The first time it happens he's alone, standing on what looks like his middle school's roof. He's watching the sunset when it begins morphing into one of Katsuki's explosions and the boy comes flying out of the horizon with a grin on his face. Another nightmare has his mom there crying, telling him how sorry she is. And he doesn't know how he can tell, but she's not mourning for his dreams in this version. They're tears of disappointment in him, in herself for giving birth to a quirkless child. In the dream her sobs turn to laughter. I knew you weren't good enough. You'll never be good enough. He finds himself stepping off the edge of the building. He jerks awake before he can hit the ground, throwing himself out from under his sheets and clutching at his chest as he chokes back a sob. He knows it's not real, knows that her words had been a result of his stress. But the dream had felt so real, too real for him to look her in the eye. Midoriya needs to get out. She doesn't mean to, but the sad look his mother keeps giving him every time he comes out of his room is sickening. And now he can't even look at her without remembering the nightmare. I knew you weren't good enough. You'll never be good enough. But he holds out, trying to rein in the residual fragments of the dream. Inko makes onigiri for lunch and he tries his best to forget. That afternoon he's pulled from a nap into a new nightmare, one where Izuku finds himself at the top of UA. It's dark, the barest glimmer of starlight bleeding through Tokyo's sky. The boy never turns around, but there's an understanding that something's waiting behind him, something dark, something insatiable. Something that would readily consume him if given the chance. You're a useless, quirkless thing, it hisses, not even deserving of the title, human. His legs begin moving without him, and Midoriya's heart rate spikes as he tries to stop. But fighting against it is like fighting against gravity. His legs pull him to the roof's edge until there's no longer anything solid beneath his feet and the earth begs him closer. His body obeys. He tries screaming, but his vocal cords are unresponsive. Above him the stars grow further and he can hear Bakugu's laughter through the wind roaring past his ears. A useless, quirkless idiot. A Deku. Midoriya snaps awake on the couch, throwing himself up and into a seated position. Most of his nightmares have him waking up with either tears on his cheeks or adrenaline in his veins. Some nights he wakes up with his sheets on the floor or crumpled at the end of his bed and tangled in his feet. Some days it's not so bad, other days it's terrible. This is one of those other days. Izuku hunches over himself on the couch, shaking hands clamped between his knees and head bowed over his lap. He squeezes his eyes shut and pinches his mouth closed, trying to purge his mind of the images, and the words, and the sensation of falling. He remembers the presence behind him and tries to shove it away, tries to lock it in a box with all of his other bad thoughts. But its voice lingers in his head even after the nightmare has faded, like it stuck its maw out of the box's lid before Midoriya had managed to fully close it. A useless, quirkless thing. The 15-year-old lets out a shaky breath and leans his head against the back of the couch. He stares at the ceiling, tracing the shadows there in attempt to further calm himself. The nightmares leave him restless and tired, the disturbance of his sleep slowly eating at what's left of his sanity after the last few days. Midoriya can hear Inko in the kitchen, the barest hint of curry spice filling the air of the small apartment. It's usually a comfort, but now it only sets his senses on fire. His dream from last night begins resurfacing, merging with the presence and its disparaging words until the memory of his mother's voice becomes distorted and is replaced. The voice isn't hers anymore, but words still spill from her mouth. I knew you were useless. A defective creature. You're not worthy of the title human. Izuku wants to scream. More tears burn at the corners of his eyes as his strength dissolves. I can't be here. He pushes himself up on shaking legs and stumbles towards the door, pulling on his shoes and leaving without a word. He hears a muffled Izuku through the door as he staggers down their apartment steps. Their door opens behind him, Inko's head peeking out. Izuku! He ignores his mother's calls, continuing down the stairs before breaking out into a dead sprint as soon as he reaches the ground. He doesn't stop running. Midoriya heads further into the city as street lamps flicker to life around him. The boy shoves through the rush hour traffic like he's possessed, like he's being hunted. People send him wary looks as he rushes by, checking behind the boy for pursuers that they'll never find. There's only one person who actively tries to stop him, a hero that a distant part of Izuku's mind registers as ingenium. The hero manages to snag his arm as he runs by, pulling him to a halt. The boy is winded, but his mind still tries to drag his feet forward. Are you all right? Midoriya's eyes are glazed over, his body busy trying to outrun the demons in his head. He heaves his arm from Ingenium's grasp and continues his race. The hero gives chase, but the 15-year-old is nimble and Tensei can't use his quirk in crowded areas like these. He quickly loses sight of the boy within the crowd and slows to a halt, cursing under his breath. Izuku keeps running until the voices in his head have been reduced to a mere whisper. There's a stitch in his side that he tries to walk off when he finally stops, hands resting on his hips and head thrown back trying to catch his breath. Above him the sky is pitch. He's in a part of town that he doesn't recognize, the buildings around him worn down, windows slathered in grim and the bricks growing moss at their seams. There's a corner store across from him whose windows are pasted over with faded advertisements. One that he hopes has a decent bathroom where he can splash some cold water on his face and a cashier he can beg directions from. The boy gives himself a moment more to catch his breath before crossing the street. His mind still isn't completely put together yet. The whisper of that toxic voice is still there, but it's quieter now, more manageable. The cashier is sweeping when he enters, but she still offers him a quiet greeting. There's a father and daughter that he passes on his way towards the bathroom, and he gives the little girl a tired smile as he passes. He misses the wide-eyed look she gives him. In the bathroom he splashes water on his face, cooling his flushed cheeks. When he looks in the mirror, the fringe of his hair is wet and drips water down his face. He brushes the faux tears away and pokes at the dark circles strung beneath his eyes. His gaze flickers up to his hair again, and if the light hits just right he can see just how badly it needs to be washed. He grimaces. He's still in the same set of clothes from this morning, a pair of basketball shorts he usually wears to bed and a plain t-shirt that's soaked with sweat and is splattered with small bit of food from lunch. A cockroach draped in human skin. Izuku flinches at the words before letting his eyes close and taking in a shaky breath, trying to push the voice further into the back of his mind. He lets out a deep sigh before grabbing a paper towel and wiping any remaining water from his face. When he steps out of the bathroom, he feels a bit better. He's cooled down and his breathing has finally evened out. He's just stepping out when the little girl from earlier runs into his legs, clinging to the hem of his shorts. He watches water build in her eyes and Midoriya blinks at her in shock. He quickly crouches in front of her as she lets go and scrubs at the tears on her cheeks. "He's not my daddy," she whispers. Izuku's brain grinds to a halt. "He took me from daddy. I want to go home." The tears start back up again and he pulls the girl into his chest. "Who dash?" He cuts himself off, glancing around the store. "The man you were with?" She nods against his chest. "Does your daddy know you're with him?" Izuku peeks around the corner of the short hallway the bathrooms are in, looking for the man he'd seen earlier. The boy spots the top of his head towards the back of the store. "No." Midoriya turns back to look at the girl, a mix of worry swirling in his eyes. "All right, we'll get everything sorted out." "Yeah." Everything is happening too fast, his mind running faster than he can keep up as it tries to determine what to do. Possible kidnapping situation. I need to contact the police and let them confirm the situation, but my phone is still at home. The police station? He doesn't know if they'd be able to make it across the store without being seen. And if they did get spotted, he wouldn't be able to run that far with her after his mad dash through Mizurufu. Even if I could, I don't even know where I am or where the police station is. His eyes catch on the cashier who's moved behind the counter to straighten the items there. He waves at her wildly until he's caught her attention, frantically pressing a finger to his lips when she looks like she's about to speak. Midoriya checks that the man hasn't moved before he takes the girl's hand in his and rushes towards the counter. It'd be better to avoid confrontation. Keep her out of sight. I need you to take her and hide. Call the police. I think the man she was with abducted her." He keeps his voice low and continues throwing glances over his shoulder to check where the man is. "Aimi." Midoriya's head whips around to see the man's brown hair peeking over the aisle closest to the exit, heading their way. The girl goes limp in Izuku's arms as he quickly picks her up and swings her over the counter where the wide-eyed cashier takes hold of her. His hands shake as he passes the girl. "Get down," Midoriya whispers before ducking behind the end of a nearby aisle, his heart racing. "Aimi, where'd you go?" Midoriya can hear the agitation that he's trying to mask. The boy takes a calming breath before casually stepping into the aisle that the kidnapper's in, pretending to study a bag of chips to his right. "Hey kid, have you seen a little girl in here?" Izuku puts on a surprised face when he turns towards the man. "Not since I came in." The 15-year-old looks around for the girl he knows isn't there, masking a grimace when he sees the head of the cashier quickly peek over the counter, a phone pressed to her ear. "Do you need help looking?" There's a frown that flickers across the kidnapper's face. "No, it's fine, thanks for the offer though." The man shoves his hands into his coat pockets and Midoriya tenses for a possible fight, but he simply walks past the boy and towards the door. Suddenly, Izuku's torn. The kidnapper is obviously ready to abandon the girl given the wary glance he throws at the cash register, yet something in Midoriya says not to let him get away. Something tells him that he'll just try again with another little girl on another day in another convenience store, only next time he'll succeed. His eyes jerk back towards the counter where he knows Aimi and the cashier are hiding, then back to the kidnapper as he gets closer to the door. He's ready to charge the man as he goes to push the door open but pauses. I could be putting those two in danger. He'd be dealing with an unknown skill set, unknown weapons, and unknown quirk. But he thinks heroes deal with that same unknown every day. "You're not a hero," his mind hisses. "You'll never be a hero." In the end, the decision is made for him, because the man doesn't go to open the door, he goes to lock it. The soft click it makes has Midoriya immediately on edge, muscles tensing and stance shifting. "All right, brat. Come out before I kill everyone." There's a muffled whimper from behind the counter and Izuku can't tell if it's from the cashier or Aimi. Either way, it brings a manic grin to the kidnapper's face that has Midoriya's blood curdling. "You can't save anyone, you're just a Deku. This isn't the dojo, people fight back with quirks here." Maybe in another universe he could have been able to say that his feet moved on their own, Maybe in another universe he could say that he didn't hesitate because of the voice in his head. But maybe in another universe that voice wouldn't have sent him running halfway across the city, wouldn't have brought him here. Maybe in another universe he might not have saved them. In this one he will. He's tired, limbs shaky, whether from fear or overuse he's not sure. But his body doesn't fail to respond to the threat, his training ingrained too deeply to let fatigue weaken his punches or buckle his knees. Having a staff on hand would have been preferable, if only to put some distance between him and his opponent, but life is hardly so accommodating. Instead he settles for the broom the cashier had left out. It's scarcely a suitable replacement, but it'll give him the distance he needs. Midoriya points the broom handle at the man, the other end tucked securely beneath arm. Stay where you are. The kidnapper snickers. The hell you gonna do with a broom? There's a cocktail of fear and determination swirling in the boy's eyes as the edges of his lips tick upward in a wobbly smile. I wonder. The man lunges and Izuku spins on the ball of his foot, before bringing out the end of the broom from under his arm and slamming the brush cap into the side of the man's face. There's a satisfying crack of plastic against bone and a rewarding grunt of pain from the kidnapper. I've already taken the time to call the police, so I suggest you either stay here and wait politely, or I can make you. Midoriya falls back into a defensive position as the attacker cradles his face. Izuku can see a thin stream of blood sliding between the man's fingers as he looks back at the 15-year-old. You're gonna regret doing that. Am I? Because honestly I'm feeling pretty satisfied at the moment. It feels like someone has mangled his brain-to-mouth filter and he's left to wonder how those words came out of the bumbling, fear-steeped chaos that is his mind. The casual smirk on his face feels like it's made of thin glass and his legs tremble undetectably despite his calm outward appearance. The man charges at him with his right fist drawn back. His face is twisted with fury as blood drips from a split above his brow. His form is sloppy, but Midoriya recognizes the power behind his punch. There'd been no obvious physical manifestation of the man's quirk, and Izuku hasn't noticed any indication that he's activated one. So, he leads his counterattack with the broom cap again, slamming the hard plastic into the slight bone protrusion on the kidnapper's wrist when he extends his arm, pushing it off course as Midoriya goes to sidestep the blow and send the man stumbling past him. The impact is followed by a sharp cry of pain and muttered curses. The man cradles his wrist to his chest. Maybe it's because of the stress from the last few days, or maybe it's the buildup of unreleased spite that makes his mouth form the words, "That all you got?" His fear is slowly being replaced by anger. You know I've been having a pretty shitty week, Izuku spits. I got told to kill myself, got rejected from the hero course, and I've been kept up by countless nightmares over the last few days. I just ran halfway across Mizutafu, and I'm both physically and mentally exhausted, but you know what? Midoriya asks as a tired smirk tugs at his lips. It'll all be worth it if I get to kick your butt. This time Izuku is the one to charge at the man, broom raised like a bat in a way that sends the kidnapper ducking down one of the aisles. His impromptu weapon slams into one of the shelves, scattering bags of chips across the floor. Midoriya adjusts his grip on the broom as he moves into the narrow aisle to follow the man. The kidnapper grabs something off a nearby shelf and throws a box of instant rice at the boy that Izuku easily dodges before rushing towards the attacker. He feints with the broom and instead sends his foot out into a side kick that makes contact with the man's chest, the impact sending air rushing from his lungs. Midoriya makes to pull away but finds his foot caught between the kidnapper's arms, his hands wrapped around boy's ankle. It only takes a few moments for the boy to recognize the burning heat that's radiating from the man's palms. There's a twisted grin pulling at his lips that mutates into one of Bakugu's at the sensation of the searing heat on Izuku's skin. It doesn't help that the man's eyes are a similar dark vermilion. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof. There's a spike of fear that shoots through him, freezing his limbs despite the non-stop signals howling at him to pull away. Pull away. Somewhere he registers the flashing red lights of a police car reflecting off the window, shaking him out of his panic. He's not Katsuki, Midoriya grits his teeth. Katsuki's quirk burns hotter. The broom is still in his hands, but the villain doesn't seem to register it as a threat as the palms gripping his ankle grow hotter. It's a sloppy swing with the fear in his throat, but it manages to catch the man in the temple and his grip on the boy loosens enough for Izuku to break free. The 15-year-old twists out the hold and delivers backside kick to the man's chin. He stumbles back, clutching his jaw, and Midoriya takes the opportunity to discard the broom and charge the attacker. Izuku's hands wrap around the back of the man's neck, pulling him down and driving a knee into his unguarded stomach. Midoriya drops his hold when the brunette hunches over. The boy takes advantage of his prone position and uses it to hurl him onto the tiled floor stomach first. Izuku quickly JRKS one arm into a hammerlock while he pins the other hand to the ground with a foot, careful to avoid the kidnapper's heated palms. He can hear someone pounding on the doors and sees the cashier, cradling Aimi to her chest, sprint through his peripheral towards the entrance. Two officers rush to his aid and Midoriya warns them of the man's quirk as they take his place and lock a pair of quirk-suppressing cuffs around his wrists. Izuku watches as the two drag him out to the police car outside, shoving the man into the back seat. Another car pulls up behind them, two more officers stepping out, one of the original cops point them in his direction. There's a female officer that breaks away to talk with Aimi and the cashier, and a man with two small horns that approaches Midoriya. "My name is Officer Fujimori, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" "That man," Izuku states instead, eyes glued to the first police car. "He'll probably need medical treatment." Now that everything's over, Izuku feels his hands start to shake. He shoves them in his pockets, shifting from foot to foot. The officer arches a brow. I didn't know what his quirk was, so I couldn't afford to pull any punches. At the very least he'll have some painful bruising to remember me by. The call we got says that you two were fighting. Were you injured? Midoriya sends a furtive glance down at his ankle. There are two bright red handprints circling the base, but he doesn't think they'll even blister. No. The police escort him and Aimi back to the nearby station where a frantic Inko arrives half an hour later. Aimi had already been reunited with her actual father, the man having shown up earlier in a complete state of disarray before the two of them were swept into an interrogation room for privacy. He'd been running through a few details with Officer Fujimori in a different interrogation room when his mother barges in, and, foregoing all formalities, wraps him in a tight hug the moment she's close enough. Midoriya can feel the fabric on his shoulder dampen. If the same thing happens to her shirt, no one mentions it. They don't get back until well after dinner, though his stomach never signals its arrival, too rent with nerves to notice. Inko saves whatever words she might have had for him, and instead merely watches as the boy slips into his room for the night and collapses into bed. He's still wearing the same clothes, and the burns on his ankle throb uncomfortably in time to his heartbeat. But he's completely drained, all of his adrenaline having finally sizzled out, leaving him as an empty husk. For once he's too exhausted to dream of anything. He wakes up, his phone ringing on the nightstand. It's Friday, and from the sunlight streaming through his window, too early. He can hear Inko down the hall, the woman getting ready for work from the sound of it. He doesn't even check the caller ID before silencing it and quickly falling back. When his phone rings for the second time that morning only an hour later, he's ready to throw it out the window and roundhouse kick the first person that tries to pick up its remains. He doesn't. But when the third call starts coming through, waking him up for the third time, he does decline the call and slam it ruthlessly down on his nightstand. The next time he hears a phone ring, it's from Inko's cell phone a few minutes later. "Oh, I meant to call you the other day and completely forgot." There's a pause. "No, he's not been sick, it's that." His mother sighs, voice noticeably quieter. Lots happened. He got a letter from UA the other day. They're not allowing him to try for the course he wanted. So, he's been as good as can be expected. Just yesterday. Midoriya rolls over to face the wall, his bed creaking with the movement. He pulls a pillow over his ears, and closes his eyes against the primary colors of his fading All Might posters. He doesn't want to listen anymore, doesn't want to think. And here he'd almost forgotten about the rejection letter rotting in his desk drawer. His phone buzzes beside him on his nightstand and he rolls over, ready to actually throw it out the window this time before he sees the alert. There's 3 missed calls from Chi-sensei, a few concerned texts from his dojo classmates, and at the top, a pop-up notification from one of the hero news sites he follows. Vigilante Knuckleduster stops B. He stares at the headline for a moment before tapping on it, opening the link. Vigilante Knuckleduster stops bank robbery. Knuckleduster, a relatively well-known vigilante, saves the lives of 8 civilians after a villain with an electricity quirk attempted to rob a bank. Witnesses say that no heroes had yet to arrive on scene when the vigilante appeared, easily taking out the culprit after a short fight following the villain's attempt to take several men, women, and children hostage. The culprit, Suzuki Akira, has been previously involved in several others robberies, one in which 2 civilians lost their lives. Local law enforcement did not comment on the vigilante's heroic actions, only stating that "we're glad that no civilians had been seriously injured." Izuku blinks, eyes flickering back up to the first sentence, gaze catching on the word vigilante. He hears a whisper in the back of his mind. "He's not my daddy. He took me from my daddy. We'll get everything sorted out." Yeah. That well-known vigilante saves the lives of 8 civilians. You're gonna regret doing that. Am I? We're glad that no civilians were seriously injured. You did a good job, kid, Officer Fujimori tells him. They're both leaned back against a wall, waiting for Midoriya's mother to finish up any formalities. Things could have gone much worse if you hadn't been there when you were and if you hadn't done what you did. Izuku watches as his mother signs something at one of the detectives. You'd be a great hero, kid. The words leave a bitter taste in the back of Midoriya's mouth. I'd make a good hero, he thinks, if only someone would give me a chance. Midoriya doesn't remember his lungs stopping, doesn't remember his hands clenching in a white-knuckled grip around his phone, doesn't remember when sun in his chest reignites. There's only the understanding that it's back, small and flickering, but there. Tears spring unbidden from Izuku's eyes as he grips at the fabric over his heart. Inko comes rushing into his room at the sound of the sob that breaks past his lips, her phone hanging loosely in her hand. Izuku! She mutters "I'm sorry, Chisen, I'll call you back later," into the speaker before she ends the call and drops the phone on the floor. Then Inko's across the room before he blinks, wrapping Izuku into a tight embrace reminiscent of last night. She mistakes the shaking of his shoulders as sobs, and his tears for ones of desperation. He lets out a warbled laugh into her shoulder, one that sounds more like a cry, and Inko holds him tighter. He laughs as he cries because his heart is finally back. He hadn't really thought about saving that girl, hadn't thought of what doing so had meant. But he had saved someone, protected them. He'd defeated a villain using his own power, had done something no one else believed he could do. He'd been a hero to that girl. If UA wouldn't give him a chance, then the solution seemed simple. He'd give himself one. He'd force the world to see him, force them to recognize his hard work. He wasn't missing a quirk, it was simply that everyone else had been given an advantage. He wasn't broken or useless or incapable, and he'd prove it by outrunning all of them, he who was quirkless, he who had started in last. The next day brings with it the weekend, a small blessing that grants him time to gather his thoughts. The 15-year-old isn't too sure where to start, the whole idea still feeling like a dream itself. I'm going to save people, he thinks, Aime's face flashing in his mind. But to do so I'll have to break the law. Midoriya tries not to think of that aspect too much just yet, worried he'd end up scaring himself away from what he needed to do. So, instead he pulls out a notebook and makes a list of the things he'd need and labels it hero supplies. He'd need a weapon and a disguise, and a local map of hero activity would be a necessity. The boy is sure he'd be able to find some information on the hero forums he frequented. But he doubted he'd get a hold all the intel he'd need until he found himself walking the streets and experiencing the patterns for himself. The 15-year-old spends hours in his room thinking over the logistics of him being a vigilante before he gets sidetracked with costume design and vigilante hero names. The costume is of course impossible with his current resources. Much of his past allowance had gone to hero merch, and what was left wasn't nearly enough to pay for the sketches in his notebook. Not to mention that anyone he got to make it for him would be dragged into his vigilante scheme, seeing as they too would be breaking several major laws. It's already won by the time emerges from his room, looking only a little better than a corpse. Inko is gone when he comes out for an extremely late breakfast. There's a note for him on the counter telling him that she'll be back around 5 and to not forget to eat. It's unusual for her not to say anything to him directly before leaving, so he figures that at some point she must have peeked into his room and decided to leave him be. There's a small seed of guilt that plants itself in his stomach at the thought of how much worry and stress he'd put the woman through. And he realizes only then that she would be clueless to the meaning behind last night's breakdown. He obviously couldn't inform her of its significance. So, he'd have to replace his revelation with something mom-friendly, if only to put an end to her fears. They don't speak much when she returns, a PRDNT tension hanging over the two. Inko wants desperately to ask what last night had been about, but instead, she holds her tongue. She makes Katsudon again, and watches the boy carefully from across the table as he eats. Her eyes flicker from one point to another as if just looking at him for too long would leave him shattered again. He needs to say something that will stop her from worrying, both for her sake and his. So Izuku sets aside his chopsticks, lets out a shaky sigh and says what he's been thinking about since he'd seen her note, says what he's known since he received his rejection letter. I'm going to apply for UA's general education course. The words hurt, but Midoriya knows that no matter how much it pains him, he'd never been willing to let go of UA. Even though it feels like he's giving in. Even though it feels like a dismissal of his dreams. Even though it feels like he's accepting his fate of being nothing more than quirkless, he can't let it go. He has to remind himself that, despite what the voice in his head says, he's not accepting his fate, that he's rewriting it, defying it. I don't have to be a hero, Izuku thinks, I just have to save people. Midoriya watches his mother's eyes light up, watches the worry melt from the lines in her face. Those lines would only get deeper if I told you what I'm about to do. The irony of what he's planning is lost on him. The idea that there'd be a vigilante sat within the midst of Japan's top hero school never even crossing the boy's mind. Because in his head there's an image of an older Izuku. He's dressed in black and Midoriya can see the thin stripes of scars around the backs of his hands and illuminated within the stippling of freckles across his cheeks. The man is bruised and battered, but he stands strong before him, proud and resilient and happy. It's the image of a man who's achieved his dreams. It's the image that Izuku will strive for, the picture of the person he wants to become. Inko doesn't know what to think of the determination that she watches solidify on her son's face. But it lessens her worry further, makes her hopeful for what's to come. There's still a melancholic expression that she sees pass across his face from time to time, but Inko prays that soon enough it too will disappear altogether. Our Heroisif Mutafu posted by you Ecoplasma 3 months ago. Where are the heroes? 248 upvotes. Okay, so I don't know if it's just my neighborhood, but I've been noticing that I haven't seen as many heroes around my apartment anymore. Over the last few years the neighborhood has gotten a lot rougher, so there's been a lot more crime recently, but at the same time the number of heroes has gone down? It doesn't make any sense. You'd think with more crime there'd be more heroes, but it's been the exact opposite around here. I was wondering if anyone else was experiencing something similar where they are, because it's gotten to the point where I'm kind of scared to go outside of my apartment now. Transit Sushiai, 26 points, 2 months ago. Well, I'll tell you right now, if you're looking for a place with lots of heroes, you'll want to go into the nicer and more populated parts of the city. The only thing heroes really care about is fame, money, and recognition. Sure, they might get a lot more work in what you call the rougher parts of the city, but more work doesn't necessarily equate to fame and fortune. The richer parts of the city get criminals with stronger, flashier quirks, since they think they can get away with more. And where the flashy criminals go, so do the attention-seeking heroes. Cindersku, 5 points, 2 months ago. I've been having the same problem in my neighborhood Ecoplasma. It's gotten really bad in the past few weeks. Just in the last 2 days alone I've heard about 5 people getting killed, all in different incidents, but I haven't even seen not one hero patrolling the area. Klinka, 38 points, 2 months ago. Heroes, IMWHEZING. With the next day comes more nightmares. He should have realized that they wouldn't have simply gone away at the snap of his fingers. But he'd gotten his hopes up after the peaceful sleep he'd had the night before. Aime's being dragged out of the convenience store by her kidnapper, and he can only stand there, quietly watching as she disappears out the door. The image of her distressed face is burned into the backs of his eyelids. It's a look that doesn't belong on the face of a girl her age. In the dream he can't help but think it's probably just her uncle. And even though he knows it's not, even though he desperately wants to reach out and take her hand, his body won't do anything because, what if I'm wrong? What if it is just a friend of her father that she doesn't like? Officer Fujimori is there as well, replacing the cashier behind the register. He leans against the counter, he too watching as the girl is dragged away. He turns to stare at the boy with a smile that's more suited for Bakugo and a voice matching the caustic one in his head. What a shame, he surmises, if only you hadn't hesitated. To take his mind off the dream, he decides to continue planning his start as a vigilante. He's certain Chi-sensei would notice if any of the dojo's staffs went missing. And he'd be too worried that anything he bought could be traced back to him. So, Izuku falls back on the pipe he'd used for training at Dagoba the last 3 years. It's not something he'd like to use for vigilante work, but it's something he's had a lot of experience handling, even if he'd never used it against any corporeal opponents. His disguise also comes up lacking, but for a middle schooler with little money, it's to be expected. He dons a pair of dark sweatpants and a black hoodie that he tucks his curls into. He pulls the pipe from the back of his closet and decides he'll sneak a white face mask from their small stash in the kitchen. In the end, the only thing he actually buys is a pair of red contacts. Midoriya digs a pair of old knee and elbow pads from the back of his closet and slips them on over his clothes. But, other than those, his protection is non-existent. It's worrisome, but the more he thinks about it, he realizes that there's not much else he can do at this point. The items he'd need for his excursions wouldn't be available for civilian purchase, and even then he wouldn't have the money for it. Part of him wonders, as he pulls on the clothes, if it's too soon to be going out. It had only been 2 days since he'd decided to be a vigilante, and now he was going out to commit his first planned act of vigilantism. But, despite the guilt on account of his mother and despite the fear on behalf of himself, something pushes him to continue. So Izuku listens for the quiet breathing of his mother before slinking out of his room and sliding the balcony's door open. The drop to the concrete below is daunting, but it's nothing he hasn't done before to get some extra training Dagoba. Midoriya drops the pipe down first, tossing it into a set of bushes nearby, before hauling himself over the ledge and dropping down to hang from the sill. The concrete digs painfully into his palms before he lets go and drops down onto the ledge of the balcony just below theirs. It's a precarious position, and he almost tips off and to the ground below at one point before catching himself. Adrenaline rushes through him when he looks down, still a good 1-story drop to go. But, unlike in his own apartment, he can still see a light on through the sliding door, so he's quick to drop into another hang, pushing the rest of his body away from the wall with what leverage he can manage, and drops. Landing hurts, pain spiking up his legs when he hits, but he smooths out some of the impact with a roll. His palms throb from the concrete and his feet and knees ache from where he'd taken a majority of the impact, but he knows from experience that it'll fade. He retrieves his pipe from the bushes and looks around. And now that he's here, now that he's ready, he has no idea what to do. He knows what he wants to do. He wants to save people, wants to bring criminals to justice. He wants to prove himself worthy. But, is this really the right way to go about doing it? It's the only way, his mind whispers. But there are other ways to be a hero. He could be a police officer or a doctor. He could be a psychologist or a social worker. But that's not what you want. They'd never be enough for you. And it's right about that. Those things would never be able to give him what being a hero could, what being a vigilante will. They would never be able to give him the satisfaction, the elation, of knowing that he'd directly saved the life of someone from a villain who'd been seeking to take it, control it, abuse it. He'd sipped the ambrosia, and now there was nothing else that'd be able to replace it. He's not sure what to do or where to go, but he's got to do something. So, he sets off down the sidewalk. It's late, but there are still people decorating the streets, and as a result he sticks to the shadows, ducking down alleys when he can, certain that his pipe would draw too many suspicious eyes. Though there are several times within the next 2 hours that he's forced to turn back upon encountering a dead end, he deems the lack of attention worth it. He listens for cries of help, but the closest he comes to hearing any is a few peals of shrieking laughter from a group of inebriated college students. And he's frustrated. It feels like Aime's situation had been a fluke, like now even fate wouldn't give him a chance to prove his worth. So he burrows further into the city, slinking down alley after alley until he's in a part of town he doesn't recognize. The streets he finds himself on remind him of the area where he'd met Aime, dark and teeming with criminal activity. Which, he figures, is exactly the part of town he wants to be in. It isn't long after that he runs across a mugger. She's got a man held at knife point, pressing him into the wall of the alley with her hand. Hey! Izuku curses himself for the stutter as the woman's head whips around to glare at him. The F you want? She waves her knife at him, trying to scare him off. Get out of here, for I cut you up too. Her gaze drifts away from him and back to the man she's mugging. He's scared, but he's 15 and about to play at being a vigilante, so he can't really say that it's not expected. There's a woman with a knife, an unknown quirk, and a hostage. He thinks about leaving, about turning around and calling the police. He thinks about going home and sleeping and pretending he'd never thought of this whole vigilante idea in the first place. But his dream comes back to him. What a shame. If only you hadn't hesitated. He grits his teeth, the man's face mimicking that of the Aime from his dreams. Izuku steals his resolve and sends his pipe slamming into the back of the woman's head. I won't hesitate, Beach. He feels almost guilty doing so. Deliberately aiming for the head with a weapon was a strictly forbidden tactic within any professional dojo. The head was a vital part of your body, and injuries to it could be deadly if an attack was poorly executed. Or well executed depending on situation. He thinks briefly. If there was too much force or the impact was badly placed, it could result in serious damage. But, for the safety of both himself and the man she'd been robbing, a swift end was necessary, especially when unknown quirks were factored in. The woman crumbles under the force of the blow, and Midoriya has to drop his pipe to catch her before she falls, gently setting her down on the alley's floor before he stands back up. Midoriya turns to the man, whose fearful stare is trained on him. Are you okay? Izuku asks, his voice muffled by the mask. His heart is in his throat, and every time he tries to think about what he'd doing it make a leap into his mouth, cutting off any other words that he might say. The guy tries to stammer a response. But in the end nothing coherent comes out. Midoriya swallows his fear and speaks again instead. Do you have a cell phone on you? It's probably best if we call the cops. They'll be able to take care of her. He glances at the woman at his feet, her breathing soft and even, face almost peaceful while unconscious. Before he can speak to the man further, he catches movement at the far end of alley. Another woman comes around the corner, her flaming red hair giving off a soft glow. Mika, you done yet? She hasn't noticed them, too engrossed with the phone in her hands. She mutters a quiet curse as the passcode she puts in comes back incorrect. I need your quirk to open this phone. I'm usually good at just guessing, but I've only got 3 tries left. There's a beat, where no one says anything. The only sounds the distant rumbling of an overnight passenger train left to fill the silence. She looks up and the 3 are frozen in place like deer stranded in headlights, unable to look away from each other. She glances at the body laid at the boy's feet, eyes glued to her friend's unmoving form. Izuku hears the man behind him shuffle backwards, his movement acting as a catalyst that sets off an explosion of violence. The newcomer moves first, rushing at them. The F did you do to Mika? Izuku steps forward, pushing the man further behind him with an arm and a silent run that flashes through the boy's red eyes when he glances back. The woman's hair flares brighter as she drops the phone and pulls a pocket knife from her jacket. The jab is clumsy, inept enough to remind him of his first day sparring with a partner, but there's a sharp weapon in this hand, one that's coming towards him. And there's a moment where Izuku freezes up again, because this is an actual fight, and that's an actual knife, and it's his life and the man's behind him that he's defending. Then the knife is there and he can only run off pure instinct. Her arm is coming in low and at an angle, aiming for his gut. He brings his right hand up to meet it, pushing her arm away to where he can wrap his left hand around her wrist. He twists it into a position where her elbow is forced to lock and turns his body parallel to hers, using the mugger's own momentum to redirect the knife past him. Then he brings his elbow down. Midoriya can hear the woman's cry of pain when he drives his elbow into her locked one, can hear the bone cracking and the knife clattering to the pavement when she drops to her knees. He can hear his own heavy breathing, can hear the man's frantic voice behind him, can hear the sound of the same passenger train roaring in the distance. And he can feel it, can feel her elbow give beneath his, can feel the muscles in her wrist spasm with pain, can feel his heart pounding in his chest. Her flaming hair floats up to meet him, but the sensation isn't one of burning. It's soft. The warm feeling grounds him, and after a time he's able to gently release her wrist from his hand. It falls to the ground and the woman cries out again as she sobs. He can hear a string of random curses falling from her mouth as she cradles the arm as best she can, trying not to move it. "Mika," she sobs. "Mika, wake up." He turns from the woman, the man that had been behind him now peeking around the corner of the alley's opening, a phone pressed to his ear. "Tell them they'll need an ambulance." With that he picks up his pipe, still laying on the ground near the first woman, and walks out of the alley. He feels numb as he brushes past the man, listening to the sobs of the fiery woman like one would dull elevator music. He can hear it, and if his rabbiting heart is anything to go by, his body is reacting to it. But it's like his mind hasn't quite caught up yet. He stumbles out onto the sidewalk, ignoring the calls from the guy he'd saved to come back. He can already hear sirens in the distance, and if he hadn't been so out of it, he'd have been able to tell that the sound was coming from in front of him. Instead, it's the flashing of lights through the window of a corner store a few minutes later that warns him, leaving him with barely enough time to stagger into an alley. Midoriya stumbles into the wall closest to him, free hand clutching at his chest. Suddenly it's hard to breathe and he feels like the ground is swaying beneath him. The alley reeks of garbage and one of his contacts is bothering him and his exhaustion is starting to catch up. But he feels like laughing. It bubbles up unbinned and unwarranted and Midoriya feels a bit unhinged in doing so, but he laughs. Laughs until he actually can't breathe and he's clutching at the stitch in his side and using his staff as a crutch just to keep himself standing. "This is insane," he gasps out. He wipes at the tears at the corners of his eyes, still quietly, laughing as his adrenaline fades. He'd saved another person's life, and though he feels a small pang of guilt when he thinks back to the fiery-haired woman, he feels no regret. He's sure that there were other courses of action that he could have taken that would have resulted in less injuries on her behalf, but he tries not to dwell on it. It was his inexperience in dealing with another's bloodlust that led to the woman's injuries, and there was only one way to fix that experience. Once the sirens have faded into the distance, he steps back out onto the sidewalk, rubbing at his irritated eye as he goes. He's more aware now, the haze of adrenaline having burned off by the police lights like early morning fog by the sun. It takes him half an hour of wandering to find himself in an area of town he recognizes and another hour to make it back to their apartment. And once he arrives, he's somehow able to make his way back up to their balcony through his crashing adrenaline high. Midoriya kicks the pipe under his bed, tosses the mask in the trash, tugs his hoodie off, elbow pads and all, and throws it to the back of his closet with the old sneakers he'd worn. He flops face down into bed, still in sweatpants and knee pads still strapped on. But Izuku can't bring himself to care as the air conditioning cools the sweaty skin of his back. The bedside clock taunts him with the time and he falls asleep watching the numbers glow red in the darkness of his room. When he wakes up 2.5 hours later, his eyes burn. It's surprisingly early, just before his alarm is set to go off. He is sun barely up and Inko's still asleep when he stumbles his way out of his room and towards the bathroom. He's fighting exhaustion, and when he looks in the mirror he realizes his eyes are bloodshot and his irises are still red. I forgot to take them out. It feels like he's trying to peel the contacts from his eyes when he tries taking them out. But there's an almost instant relief that has him slumping over the counter once they're gone. He's too tired to notice the footsteps just outside the bathroom until Inko knocks quietly on the door, woken up by her son's mad rush through the apartment. She doesn't wait for a response before slowly cracking the door, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. "Is everything okay, sweetie?" He's managed to get both contacts out by the time she opens the door. But the boy is still wearing last night's sweatpants and knee pads. He freezes, unable to reply for a moment, frozen in fear that she'll somehow realize what he's done. Izuku. Gee, good morning. I just had something in my eye. No problem. It's enough to draw her gaze away from where they'd been drifting towards his knees. She looks him in the eyes, studying them. Oh dear, they're so bloodshot. She takes a step closer, a furrow forming between her brows. Make sure you flush whatever it is out. She quickly turns towards their medicine drawer, rummaging through it. We should have some. I drops dash. It's fine, Mom. I already got it out. She turns back towards him, hands coming up to cradle his cheeks as she studies his eyes again. Did you get something in both of them, sweetheart? He sputters out an incoherent response, hands whirling about his head, trying to wave the woman's worry off. It's fine. All taken care of, Mom. She huffs out a breath. If you're sure then. When she finally leaves to start breakfast, Izuku is quick to tear off the knee pads, tugging them down his legs. He throws them onto the corner, wide-eyed and panting as he stares at them. That was close. The boy sighs, picking them back up and hiding them in the waistband of his pants. He peeks out the door, watching to see if Inko would come back to check on him. When he hears her rummaging through the kitchen, he deems it safe enough and makes another mad dash, this time for his room. Last night feels like a fever dream, Mika and the woman with fiery hair like a mere figment of his imagination. For now he's forced to discard them and get ready for school. As much as he hates to think about going back, he can't miss any more class if he wants to keep up with his studies. So, he tugs on his uniform and hides his vigilante things where they belong. The sweatshirt goes back on its hanger, the pants go back in his drawer. The elbow and knee pads are put in a bin under his bed and he leaves the pipe there with them. He's still exhausted after only a little more than 2 hours of sleep, and decides he'll need to come up with a better schedule if he wants to maintain his current lifestyle. So, when he gets home he does his homework, eats dinner, tucks into bed at 8, and wakes up again at 11 after Inko has gone to bed. He stays out for 3 hours, kicks a little butt, saves a person or two, keeps a cat from becoming roadkill, and returns at 2 to sleep for another 4 or so hours before waking up to do it all over again. But he still wakes up tired, so the dark circles strung beneath his eyes become a new accessory. He falls into this loop like a dog chasing its own tail. He slips into a recurring pattern of perpetually no sleep and trying not to nod off during class. He's stuck to small-time criminals thus far, drug dealers, muggers, a few thieves. One of which that had been stupid enough to mistake him for his partner. And for the most part he handles them easily, though he still managed to get injured from time to time. It's mostly bruising, so the wounds are easy enough to pass off as ones from the dojo. And on the occasion that he comes home with a small cut or two in obvious places, all he had to do is slap a large enough band-aid on it and claim he tripped. But there's an unforeseen problem with only fighting criminals that he can handle. On the occasion that he comes across someone that he can't beat and there's nothing he can do, he finds that a piece of his soul breaks. The times that he's forced to sit on the sidelines, watching, waiting for the real heroes to arrive. And every time he has to dial the police or somehow lead a hero to the scene, a little part of his sun burns out, fizzling like a sparkler at the end of its fuse. But there are moments worse than even these. They're the moments where he jumps into the fray knowing he can't win and is forced to retreat. They're moments where his sun is doused in water and his heart turns to ash. So, over the next month, as he becomes more confident in his abilities, he stops making as many anonymous calls to the police station. He stops waiting in the shadows for actual heroes to arrive. He stops agonizing over not being able to do more and just starts doing. He'd worked himself up to the higher-level criminals through experience. But he hadn't yet figured out where this new level stopped. He still didn't know his limits. The villain he's chasing gets the upper hand in the alley they're in. Their abilities more suited for this type of close-quarters combat. The alley is a narrow one, narrow enough that newfound Vigilante can't use the pipe without scraping the walls. So, he dropped it, and that's where everything had gotten worse. Before Midoriya had learned to use a staff, he'd been trained to fight and defend himself with his body, which is why he hadn't thought much on his choice of letting it go. But he'd failed to account for the man's quirk. Thus far he'd rarely encountered criminals with quirks that were useful in combat situations. So, he hadn't expected the man's hand to turn knife-like in the few seconds before he struck. The vigilante had been expecting a normal hand, so he'd made the decision to merely redirect the attack from where it had been aiming for his center mass to a simple glancing blow off his ribs. It shouldn't have hurt, but Midoriya had failed to realize that the man's hand hadn't been in a fist. Instead, he had held his hand out flat, fingers pulled together in a way that fashioned the Yakuza's hand into a spear-like tip. The skin around his ribs isn't thick, so when the man's steely hand slices through his side, he can feel the fingers scrap against bone. He jazz back, not expecting the pain, his own hand reaching up to cover it. He freezes up. It's a deep cut, one that would undoubtedly require stitches even without looking at the wound. He's scared to glance at it, scared to move, scared to think about what he'll tell his mom. The villain doesn't give him much time to be scared. Maybe he doesn't want to kill the kid, maybe it's because he's got somewhere he has to be, but for whatever reason the encounter moves towards the rooftops. The villain flees up a row of balconies, only big enough to hang out laundry, like one would a ladder. He's less skilled at the climb than the vigilante, but he shows no hesitation and Midoriya's losing a decent amount of blood from his wound. But the boy had made too many climbs like this before to be so easily left behind. Fire laces through his side at the ascent movement, aggravating the wound and more blood pooling down his side and soaking his hoodie. The man reaches the top before him and jumps the narrow gap between buildings with ease. The vigilante's breathing is heavy and he's trying to focus on where to put his hands and feet rather than the flaring pain in his ribs. It's a hard feat to accomplish, but eventually he makes it to the top, the barest edges of his vision stained black. He can see the man dodge an air unit on the next roof over as Midoriya gets a running start and sails over the 5-foot gap with ease. He stumbles on the rooftop's gravel during his landing, using his hands to catch himself from eating it. Izuku pushes himself back up, spying the Yakuza member already leaping across to the next roof through his steadily darkening vision. His side is sticky with fresh blood, his wounds still weeping thick, red tears. But he continues on, following the man's trail. The next roof over belongs to another apartment building. The gap isn't much larger than the last, so he doesn't hesitate in his run-up. But the black at the edges of his vision is creeping further and further into his field of view and he can't feel his wound anymore, can't feel much of anything anymore. So when he takes his final step, he can't actually feel that he's misplaced it. He misses the jump, brutally, slamming into the side of the next building with a force to rattle teeth and crack ribs. He claws desperately at the roof's ledge, trying to find a grip, but gravity eventually wins out and manages to pull him back. He slips down the side of the building, the brick dragging at his skin and at his clothes. This life ended way too quickly. In the moments in which Izuku is free-falling, Bakugo's voice comes back to him. Perhaps it's because of the situation, perhaps it's because his words had cut the boy so deeply. Either way, Bakugo Katsuki's barking laughter rings in the vigilante's ears. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. He reaches out in hand towards the roof's ledge, but it's too far now. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof. Midoriya had never believed in reincarnation. But he thinks that even if he was reborn, that fate would still somehow manage to curse him with the destiny of a quirkless child. He thinks he's dying. But landing comes too quickly. His feet hit with a resounding bang on a rusted fire escape some 10 feet from the top of the roof. His knees give out beneath him, head colliding with one of the stairs as his body folds into itself. He's only able to register the burst of pain and the not death signal his brain is screaming before he passes out on the landing. Our vigilantes, posted by Ufadipluf 4 days ago. Vigilante in Muzudafu. 34 upvotes. BET Muzudafu has a new vigilante. I overheard a group of thugs that's been terrorizing my neighborhood talking about how there's a new vigilante around and SHDSHD. You don't understand how happy I am. Someone finally got fed up enough to take matters into their own hand and I'm so ready to see them kick butt. Things have gotten quieter around here lately and thanks to them I can finally take my sister to the park without seeing drag dealers lurking around. The people I overheard called them Piper? So thank you, Piper. And on behalf of my sister, thanks. If I see you, I promise not to call the police, so keep up the good work. Love. Almite 38 points, 2 days ago. I'd heard rumors about a vigilante hovering around Muzutafu, but I didn't think it'd be a newbie. They've been taking down a lot of criminals for someone so new to the scene. When Midoriya wakes up, it's to daylight overhead, or at least what he thinks is daylight. In all actuality, it's to the warm lighting of a teenager's bedroom, but it's not his bedroom. He aches all over, his chest, side, head, hands, knees. His scrapes burn, but they're nothing compared to the flaring pain radiating from his side. He's on a bed, shirtless, and his head is wrapped in gauze. The boy rolls his head to the side. The room he's in looks part bedroom, part workshop, metal desks piled high with odds and end parts lining one wall. And the unmade bed he's laying in sitting opposite of it all. There's a black-haired boy at his side, leaning into the wound on his ribs. But Izuku doesn't really register him, more confused than startled by the situation he's found himself in. Ah, the data suggested that you wouldn't be awake for a while. I guess I need to do more reading. There's a painful stabbing sensation followed by a tugging pull at the wound on his side. He jerks up and away at the sudden pain, drawing a noise of disapproval from the 17-year-old. Stay still. I was hoping you'd be out for a while longer, the older boy says, positioning himself back near the wound. Grit your teeth. He receives only a last-second warning before the teenager plunges a hooked needle back into the vigilante's bloodied skin. The boy curses, clenching the bed sheets in his hands. Your head was bleeding, so I assumed you managed to knock yourself out. Did you fall off the roof? The boy glances up, gaze turning serious. You weren't trying to kill yourself, were you? Midoriya opens his mouth to disagree with the statement, but all that comes out is a pained grunt when the needle re-enters his tender side. The teenager leans to the left, reaching for 2 pills he'd set aside on his nightstand. He offers them to the vigilante. Here, these should help take the edge off. Midoriya hesitates for only a moment before he takes the pills from him and pops them in his mouth, chasing them down with a glass of water that the stranger hands him. The boy pauses, glass at his lips and water already half gone. What the hell am I doing? The words slip from his lips unbidden. I would assume it's because of the concussion you have. But that's under the assumption that this is odd behavior for you and that you're not usually so trusting. They meet eyes, those of the stranger a deep, near luminescent amber. Anyway, the boy starts, switching topics. Your life wasn't in danger. I know how to do everything, so I figured I'd save you the cost of a hospital visit. I'm not completely sure how much blood you lost, only a rough estimate based on what's on your clothes. Either way, you'll probably be anemic for a while. I'd suggest eating food with high iron. The teenager finishes tying off the last suture, clipping the remaining thread off. Red meat if you can. Didn't call the police? No. Or the hospital? No, I just said I knew how to do everything. Midoriya's unsure how to react, left to blink dumbly at the amber-eyed teen and his obnoxiously yellow button-up. A stranger lands on your fire escape, bleeding and unconscious, and you just drag them into your room? Pretty much. Izuku looks at the boy, incredulous. Why? Does there need to be a reason? You were hurt. Normally, Izuku states, trying hard to focus. If you find someone injured, the usual response is to call 119. Did you want me to call 119? The teen leans back in his seat, staring down the vigilante. The younger boy opens his mouth to respond, but nothing comes out. Exactly. Dressed the way you were and with the wounds you're sporting, I made the assumption that you'd prefer for me to handle it this way. Plus, like I said earlier, I know how to do everything. My mom's a nurse, so I've read a lot of the old medical books she has laying around. Midoriya feels absolutely drained. And you just, what? Memorized them? It's my quirk. I call it Wikipedia, but for legal reasons it's registered as database, the boy says offhandedly as he pushes away from the bed, sliding across the room in his swivel chair. It lets me read about anything and memorize it, but once it's up here, he explains, tapping his head, it's like any other database and I have to have a key term to access any of it. How to stitch a wound won't get me anything, but sutures would pull up any and all information I could possibly need. From there it's up to me to sort through any of the info it brings up. He plucks a first aid kit off of one of the less cluttered tables and rolls back towards the bed. Unfortunately, because there is so much information up there, I do tend to forget day-to-day stuff more easily. He sets the kit down at his feet, turning towards the boy. What did you say your name was again? Midoriya blinks, surprised. I didn't. It's me Dash. The boy quickly cuts him off, a large grin blossoming across the older boy's face. I'm kidding. I'm surprised that you'd actually try and give me your name so easily though. I get you have a concussion, but... He huffs a laugh. You're lucky I was the one to find you. Midoriya opened his mouth silently, realization dawning. What the hell am I doing? It's best to stay away from my mom though. Her quirk is activated. Through skin contact, any questions she asks you'll be forced to answer truthfully. She usually wears gloves, but he shrugs before going back to digging through the first aid kit, pulling out antiseptic spray and gauze. Lift your arm, not too much though. You don't need to pull on those stitches. I may know how to do all this stuff, but nothing beats experience, so I don't know how well they'll hold. Speaking of which, I'd suggest laying off the criminal activity until it fully heals. The teen sprays the wound with antiseptic before gently pressing a gauze pad over the gash. Hold this. Technically I wasn't committing any crimes, Midoriya mumbles in response, cradling the stitched wound as the teen reaches back into the first aid kit. He pulls out more gauze and begins winding a roll around the vigilante's torso. Is that your excuse for vigilantism? They can still get you on assault, both with or without a deadly weapon, trespassing, disturbance of the peace, and, depending on the situation, destruction of property. Midoriya stares at him for a moment, startled. I recognized your getup, but it took me a while to sort through everything, he says, tapping his head. I started with vigilantes, because I figured there'd be less info to search through. And, sure enough, I read a post 2 days ago about a new vigilante in the area. I remember being interested and found yet another post talking about what you looked like, minus the pipe of course. I'll be honest, you're younger than I imagined. You're Piper, right? Midoriya blinks, dumbstruck at the name. Piper. The teen offers him an amused glance as he wraps another layer of gauze over his wound. It's tight, the feeling foreign and unwelcome after his years of Muay Thai. But it's not painful, so the boy resigns himself to his fate. You carry around a pipe, right? I'd assume it has something to do with that. Izuku turns the name over in his head. They couldn't have picked something cooler? That draws a laugh from the amber-eyed boy as he cuts away the extra gauze and secures the wrappings in place. What did you expect? Most criminals aren't the most original people, and from what I hear they're the ones who came up with it. The boy tosses the remaining supplies back into the first aid kit before rolling into the center of the room to give the vigilante some space. Who knows, maybe this is their way of getting revenge. Midoriya snorts, shifting to let his legs hang off the side of the bed. I wouldn't put it past them. It's not the worst name though, they could have called you Pipe Boy. The vigilante huffs. I spent all that time thinking about names, but I was never given a chance to use them. You can't just jump into the middle of a brawl shouting, "It is I." Counterbalance. Or, "I am here to judge your crimes." He leans back, using a hand to prop himself up. I was hoping for something justice-related, you know. But Piper? Piper? I mean, come on. It suits your thus far. There's been no evidence of quirk usage, and your outfit isn't really eye-catching, so really it makes sense that the pipe is what draws inspiration. Izuku's eye catches on the neon numbers of the alarm clock on the boy's nightstand. 3. Midoriya curses, stumbling to his feet, red eyes scouring the room his hoodie. The teen sighs, rolling in his chair towards one of his workshop tables and grabbing the vigilante's top and gently tossing it to him. The 15-year-old thanks him with his eyes as he carefully tugs his hoodie back on. The blood stain has dried by now and sits stiff against his inflamed skin. He shoves his curls back beneath the hoodie as he makes his way towards the window. Tsukachi Ryo, the teen calls from behind the vigilante. Midoriya turns back, surprised. What? My name, the teen responds, smirking. Didn't you just get on to me for trying to give you my name? The corner of Ryo's lips quirk further upwards. Did I? I told you I forget things easily. Midoriya sighs, a smile of his own twitching at his lips. Thanks again for saving me. Again? This is the first time you're thanking me. The smirk stretches into a smile as he watches the vigilante's red eyes light up in amusement. Izuku tugs the window open. You're right. I ended up getting on to you for not calling 119 instead. Midoriya pulls himself out the window, back onto the fire escape that had caught him. His dried blood blending in with the stair's flaking paint. You know, the boy says, thinking back to Ryo's words earlier in the night, you're lucky I was the one you found. Tsukachi grins. You're right. And hey! He calls before the boy can slip away. Those stitches need to come out in 2 weeks. If you don't have anyone to do it for you, feel free to come back. If you try to do it yourself, I will find out about it and track you down myself. Midoriya nods, smile blooming behind his mask. And from there the vigilante disappears down the fire escape, dropping into the alley below and traveling back to where he'd left his pipe, praying it'd still be there. He does find it, kicked to the side in his scuffle with the villain. The boy sighs, touching a hand to his injured side. Here he was, living his childhood fantasy. Perhaps it was not in the way he had imagined, but he thinks the means he took to be here are justified by its outcome. He's saving lives, and honestly that's all that he can think of that matters. Above him the sky begins lightening, foretelling the coming of dawn. The police aren't credited for a lot of the things that they do. Even Midoriya, an avid Hero News follower, had been clueless to this fact until taking up his title of vigilante. More often than not it was the police that came to arrest the criminals he'd apprehended. And it was the police he had to watch out for more so than heroes while he was patrolling. While the heroes had yet to discover his existence as a vigilante, he'd been gaining a steady reputation within the police department since his second week. Naomasa flips through the case file of the new vigilante. While it had been steadily gaining thickness, the vigilante's personal information hadn't gone past a general description. No known quirk, no clear pictures, and no name beyond his vigilante one, Piper. Red eyes, dark hair, short, but muscular. Dark clothes, face mask, and his trademark pipe. Naomasa sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Being a detective in the Quirk Crimes Division more often than not left numerous cases of vigilantism on his desk. Most of the time the situations were one-off cases involving Good Samaritan complexes, but every once in a while a case like Piper's would show up. A person who, for whatever reason, decided to ignore the law and take matters into their own hands on a regular basis. The man leans back in his seat, the chair creaking as he does so. Sansa. Tamikawa's ears twitch and he pauses mid-coffee refill, head peeking around the break room wall. Tsukachi rolls his head to look at the officer. Is there anything new on the Piper case? The tabby pauses for a moment, thinking. Actually, an officer called in another tied-up criminal. It fits their MO. Sansa walks back over towards his own desk, taking a sip of his coffee as he picks up one of the reports there. It was a known Yakuza member, Ogami Tsukuru, quirk, scissor hands. Sansa's whiskers twitch. Someone zip-tied him to the police car of an officer who was responding to a call near Toyomi Park. He catches the detective's dark eyes. If it's him, then this the first time he's delivered someone to us so directly. I'd bet that there's a bit of history there if you'd like to check it out. Another sip of coffee, a few drops clinging to the officer's fur. He's in lockup waiting to be interrogated, no sign of a lawyer yet. Tsukachi pushes himself up with a grunt, accepting the file that Sansa hands him. Let's go then. Have him brought into room 3. Hopefully this is about Piper and we can get him to talk. 10 minutes later Naomasa steps into the interrogation room, eyes skimming the man's paperwork. My name is Detective Tsukachi. I was hoping you'd be able to help us with something. I'm not saying sheet. The detective doesn't pause in his stride, instead settling down in the chair opposite the criminal. Rest assured this has nothing with any crimes you may or may not have committed. I just want to know about the vigilante going by the name Piper. He was the one who did this to you, correct? The criminal gives him a minute nod. Then, considering the way you were found, an assumption is being made that there's a bit of history between the two of you. You were. Naomasa flips through a few of the pages Sansa had handed him. Hogtied? To the bumper. The detective glances towards the one-way mirror to his right, looking for confirmation, but only receives his reflection's confused face. Behind the mirror, Sansa's whiskers twitch with amusement. Sighs, turning back towards the criminal. There's a long moment of silence before the man finally speaks. It's not much of a history. Tsukachi sets the file to the side. Anything helps. Ogami frowns. First off, everything I did was in self-defense. He attacked me. I don't kill kids and I don't like hitting him either, so I just cut him up a bit while we were fighting and ran the first chance I got. His quirk doesn't register a lie, so Naomasa remains silent, waiting for him to continue. I climbed up to the top of this building and jumped over to another roof to try and lose him, but the lil sheet followed me. I jump over, he jumps over. So, I jump to the next roof thinking he'll stop. I'm already halfway across the second roof when I hear this loud bang, and when I turn around he's gone. Naomasa's brow rises. A week later he tracks me down again, complaining about falling off a roof and needing stitches. The man scowls. And then I'm waken up tied to the front of a car. That's it. Throughout the telling of the tale, Tsukachi's quirk never once registered a lie. But, despite all that the man has said of his adventures with the Vigilante, Naomasa has to remember that there's a reason the man sits before him. He'd done something to be put on Piper's radar, and thus far they'd managed to successfully jail all but 2 of the people Piper had left for them. So, you don't kill kids. Tsukuru leans back as far back in his seat as his cuffs allow. That's right. But you'll kill adults? There's a moment of silence as the detective watches Ogami's eyes narrow. I don't kill people, PRD. But Naomasa lets out a deep sigh as he pushes himself up from his seat. Rest assured we'll figure out who it was. Piper hasn't left us any innocent people thus far, and I'm inclined to believe that you, Ogami-san, are no exception. Tsukuru leans forward, fingers splayed across the metallic interrogation table. You calling me a liar? Unfortunately. With that the detective slips out of the room, followed shortly by Tamakawa. So, Piper's a kid? Sansa asks, tailing the detective. Naomasa falls into his desk chair, 10 times more tired than when he'd gotten out of it. Not necessarily. Ogami wasn't lying about not killing kids, so at the very least it's possible he believed that Piper was one. I doubt that he'd have run otherwise unless he was actually worried about losing, but he seems too cocky for that. So, whether or not that's actually the case, I'm not sure. For now we'll treat it as a possibility. He flips open Piper's case file again. From what Ogami said, he got stitches from some injury. But, I'm afraid I blew it on getting any specifics, so that's probably a dead end unless we can get him to talk to us again. Though I doubt he'll want to speak without a lawyer anymore. The detective sighs, a mild headache starting to form behind his eyes. Pass Ogami's case to Detective Soto. She's been trying to take down the remaining Yakuza clans for years, so I'm sure she'd love to put him behind bars. And try to see if there are any missing persons reports that fit Piper's description, child cases as well. There's a chance that he could be a runaway. Naomasa pauses, thinking. Ignore anyone with flashy quirks for now. If no one's seen Piper use one yet, then I think it's safe to say that his quirk either won't be a noticeable one or it won't be useful in combat. I'll keep an eye out for any civilian vigilante cases as well. Piper doesn't seem the type to let something go just because he's out of uniform. Naomasa turns to look at his friend. Sorry, I know it's a lot to ask for. It's just... Sansa picks up for him. If it really is a kid, you want to find him as quickly as possible? Tsukachi deflates a bit, dragging a hand through his hair. Yeah. From here it's really just a game of chance, Sansa says, walking towards his own desk, but there are ways to increase our chances. Your plan is one of them. Don't stress too much, detective. If it's a kid, we'll catch them soon enough. They're bound to slip up somewhere. 2 weeks after his initial encounter with his new level barrier, Midoriya finds himself in a rather peculiar situation. He'd been lucky thus far. There weren't many heroes around so late into the night, so to begin with there was a small chance that he'd run into one unwillingly. Usually it was him tracking them down to enlist their help on the occasion that he found someone he couldn't protect by himself. But he'd never stopped to think during these last few months about the fact that these heroes, who were certified by the law, saw him as nothing more than another villain. He'd never stopped to think about what being a vigilante actually meant. He'd been in the middle of subduing some mid-tier drag dealer across from a slummy nightclub when there's a shout for him to stop from the mouth of the alley they're in. His head whips towards the sound, only able to take in a gaudy hero costume before he's forced to roll to the side to avoid a large hand reaching for him. There's barely enough room to do so in the alley, and his head narrowly escapes a painful collision with a nearby dumpster. Death arms, Midoriya's mind supplies, pushing himself up, strength enhancement, usual hero hours, 9 to 5. To his left the drag dealer groans. "Sir, are you okay?" Izuku curses under his breath. The hero thought he was attacking civilians. He moves slowly, trying not to draw the man's eye as they helps the dealer sit up. Midoriya's pulse is racing, heart playing a staccato beat in his chest. He'd dealt with plenty of low-level criminals, and recently more mid-range ones as well, all of which had rather low-level quirks. But he'd never gone against someone with pro-hero capabilities. His pipe scrapes quietly across the concrete as he picks it up, the noise drawing the hero's eye, but by the time he can make to do anything to stop the boy, the end of his staff is slamming into the back of the drag dealer's head. The vigilante physically flinches when it makes contact, but he knows that it has to be done. If he's unconscious, they'll escort him to the hospital. There he'll at least have a chance of being found with any incriminating evidence he has on him. Midoriya leaps back, dodging a swing from the hero's fist. If he's conscious, they just let go. His heart is in his throat. "I'm fighting a hero." This isn't what he'd wanted when he decided to do what he does. "I didn't want to fight with heroes." "You knew it'd happen eventually," the voice in his head hisses. "Heroes and vigilantes aren't friends." "Yeah, but that doesn't mean they have to be enemies." Death Arms throws another punch at the boy, stepping in front of the drag dealer's unconscious body. The vigilante throws himself back, dodging what he's sure would be a crippling blow when taking into account the man's quirk. He blinks and there's a strike of fear that races through him when the vision in one eye goes blurry. He curses, swiping at it. He feels something give way beneath his hand and roll down his cheek before he recovers just in time to dodge another blow. "Make this easier on the two of us and turn yourself in peacefully." Midoriya throws up his guard, using his staff as a deterrent to keep the hero away if only for a moment. What kind of cliché line is that? I hope you don't say that to all the criminals you try to take in. By the way, you do realize that he's the actual criminal here, right? I wasn't the one selling drags, that's all on him. I was just trying to stop him. That doesn't give ya the right to keep wallin' on him. The hero shouts, slamming his fists together in what Midoriya assumes is supposed to be intimidating. "What did you expect me to do? There wasn't anyone else who was gonna stop him. I'm a vigilante, this is my job." Death Arms scowls, his figure illuminated by the red neon lights of the club behind him. "No. Actually, it's my job." The 15-year-old doesn't respond, instead making a dash for the opposite end of the alley. There's a grunt from behind him, and Izuku glances over to his shoulder to see the hero pick up one of the alley's dumpsters in a display of strength that Midoriya would normally stop to marvel at. But, in the position he's in now, he only has enough time to drop his staff and get a running start at the wall, using it as leverage in a desperate attempt to reach the fire escape that he spies hanging just out of reach above him. His hands latch around the lowest rung on the ladder, but even up here he can't completely escape the dumpster's spiral through the small alley. One of the dumpster lids fly up in the mayhem. At such a velocity, the usually harmless plastic is able to slice through the exposed skin of his lower back. The vigilante flinches at the sudden pain. But he has to force himself to keep his grip on the ladder and finish hauling himself the rest of the way up as the dumpster lands in a deafening screech of metal against concrete. The vigilante's heart pounds relentlessly in his chest, and if he looks down at his hands, he's sure he'll find them shaking. His legs tremble. "You threw a dumpster at me?" Midoriya yells, voice cracking ever so slightly. His hand goes to cradle the new wound on back, hissing when his fingers come back stained crimson. "You resisted arrest." His gaze jerks away from his bloodied fingers and towards the hero below. His hands find a tight grip on the railing. "And that gives you the right to try and kill me?" Izuku had been scared at first. maybe even a little giddy somewhere in the middle of everything at seeing a pro up close. But then he'd been terrified, his whole life flashing before your eyes moment, nothing more than a welling of guilt and regret on behalf of his mother. But now that he's escaped immediate danger, he feels tar-like rage bubbling up beneath his skin, clawing at his epidermis, howling to be let out, to be set free. The hell kind of hero are you? The tar spills from his mouth with absent words, and he can't even stand looking at the man as he slinks back to check on the down drag dealer, keeping an eye on the boy's form all the while. Piper turns away, stomping up the steps of the fire escape towards the roof, each step sending out a resounding clang of metal. When he reaches the top, fire burning in his eyes, he leans over the edge and calls down to the hero out of nothing but pure spite. Has anyone ever told you that your little bracelets are stupid and completely unnecessary? Because they are. And they slow your shitty punches. The vigilante sulks on top of the roof for another 15 minutes waiting for the hero to disappear with the unconscious drag dealer. When he's sure the man is gone and he won't have to look at him again, he slinks back down the side of the building to retrieve his staff that Death Arms had simply left for Izuku to retrieve. Midoriya walks out the opposite end of the alley, having to squeeze past the damaged dumpster, still muttering curses and one hand keeping pressure on the gash carved into his back. It really is the last thing he wants to do at 2 in the morning when he's absolutely exhausted and still fuming at the hero. But he knows that the injury from the dumpster runs across an area on his lower back that he wouldn't be able to patch up on his own. He worries for a moment that the Tsukachi will have changed his mind and refused to help him anymore. Midoriya knows he doesn't have to worry about having the police called on him, the teen hadn't ratted him out last time and he's sure he wouldn't do so now either. But helping again and playing snitch were two different things entirely. The vigilante taps quietly on the window, the light is still on. He hears shuffling inside the room and there's a split second where the vigilante thinks of making a mad dash for it because, what in the actual hell am I doing? But then the window is sliding open and Ryo's head peeks out, amber eyes staring at him. Piper! Midoriya gives him a small wave and sheepish grin that's hidden behind his mask. Hey Tsukachi! The teen scowls at him, the look startling the younger boy, and he fears for a moment that his worry hadn't been misplaced. You're injured again, aren't you? The question surprises him, the vigilante only able to let out a strangled noise. When I told you to come back in 2 weeks, this is not what I meant. Ryo waves him in, Midoriya pausing only set his staff down outside and slip off his shoes. Didn't I tell you not to do anything until you healed? Tsukachi lays out an old towel on his swivel chair before motioning for the vigilante to sit. And unless you have some healing quirk, I doubt your first injury has finished healing yet. And if it has, then taking out those stitches are going to be more painful than when I put them in. By the way, he says, catching the boy's eyes with his own, what's up with the heterochromia? I didn't take you for such an edgelord. The vigilante blinks at him, surprised. What? Ryo pulls at the skin beneath his eye, one's green. Izuku's hand comes up to cover the left side of his face. Mine? Yeah. Midoriya's eyes widen as he thinks back to his fight with Death Arms, the moment his vision had gone blurry. He curses, rubbing at it. This is what I get for buying cheap contacts. So are they normally green? The 15-year-old nods silently, a little lost in his own head as he moves to straddle the seat the older boy offers to him. Anyway, he starts again, changing topics. I'm glad you came back. Izuku looks over his shoulder at Ryo in surprise as the boy pulls his hoodie up to reveal the new wound. It's smaller than the first one, not as deep, but it's jagged, not as cleanly cut as the last one. The teen continues speaking as he checks it. I was worried you'd try to take out your stitches on your own. The vigilante feels a small welling of shame in his throat and he quickly looks away from the older boy. Tsukachi looks up, noticing the shifted mood. Tell me you weren't thinking about taking them out on your own. Tell me you didn't take them out on your own. I didn't. Midoriya stammers, clenching the hem of his hoodie in his hands. I only thought about it. Tsukachi lets out a sigh deep enough to rival that of a tired, old man as he pulls away from studying the new injury. Well, the wound doesn't look too bad. It'll need stitches, but I think you'll be pleased to hear that I found a less painful alternative. Less painful gives me the distinct impression that there will still be pain involved. Rio grins at him. You were out cold the last time I cleaned your wound, so yes, there will still be pain involved. But, stitches-wise, no. I did some research online and found out that they have these things called butterfly stitches. They basically just tape your skin together, no needles needs. The vigilante lets out a relieved sigh as Tsukachi cracks open the door to his room before disappearing into the darkness of his apartment, coming back a minute later with a first aid kit and a wet washcloth. He spends a moment sifting through the items in the kit, pulling out the things he'll need to clean the wound and setting them aside on his nightstand. A comfortable silence falls over them, an experience that is entirely foreign to the 15-year-old with people other than his mother. It's a nice feeling. The teen is one of those people that it's easy to fall into conversation with despite whatever situation you find yourself in him with. He's easy to trust, and Midoriya finds himself wondering if it could be a hidden second quirk he has from his mother's side. Tsukachi tucks himself into a cross-legged position on the edge of his bed as he pulls the vigilante's seat closer. Rio grabs the washcloth and starts by gently wiping away the blood smeared around the wound. So, are you gonna tell me what happened? Midoriya grunts when the rag drags across the wound. It was just this random drag dealer that I was taking care of, but then this hero shows up, completely off his patrol route and totally off his usual hero hours. And he just assumes that I'm the bad guy. Rio can hear the contempt that slips into the boy's voice as he speaks. Tsukachi sets the washcloth aside and pulls out a bottle of pre-made solution his mom had put together, pouring it over the wound. The vigilante immediately jerks away, cursing. What the hell was that? Rio pulls the boy's chair back towards him from where he'd rolled away. It's a mild saline solution. Salt. Tsukachi grins, shushing the vigilante with a laugh. The data says that hydrogen peroxide isn't good on deep wounds. It isn't discriminatory on what kind of bacteria it kills. This will help clean everything and keep the good bacteria that'll help you heal. I also hear that it's rather painful, a good deterrent for getting yourself hurt again, wouldn't you say? Now sit still. The vigilante mutters a few more curses as the pain fades. Anyway, this hero showed up ready to let the drag dealer go, thinking he was some civilian. And, obviously I couldn't let that happen, so I knocked him out. Tsukachi looks up, startled. The hero? No. The villain. The vigilante lets out a quiet laugh as Rio spreads some antibiotics in and around the wound. I figured he'd be taken to the hospital or something for treatment, maybe even the precinct to take his statement. That way there was at least a chance of them finding whatever incriminating stuff he had on him. But then the hero he just yeets a dumpster at me. I literally could have died. He feels his previous fury boiling back up. Sue him. Midoriya splutters, anger fizzling out in favor of surprise. Sue him? Just reckless endangerment, unnecessary force, lots of way you could win in court, to be honest. With the vigilante's attention fully diverted, the older boy finally pulls out the butterfly stitches, holding them out for the vigilante to look at. You see these beauties? They saved you from your nemesis, Dr. Needle. Say thank you. A small, surprised laugh bubbles up through Midoriya's lips as he thanks the package that Rio's waving around before the boy rips it open and starts placing them over his wound. Once I finish with this one, I'll need to have a look at the wound on your ribs. How's it been healing up? Rio allows only a moment of silence before he quickly starts speaking again. You know what? Never mind. I actually don't want to know what you've done to it against my suggestion. At this point I'd be surprised to find out that you haven't broken all of your stitches. Rio pulls out a gauze pad and carefully sticks it over the wound. All right, let's see rest of the damage then. Midoriya is certain he'd ripped at least a few of the stitches out. He'd caught it bleeding one too many times after getting back from either patrols or the dojo over the last 2 weeks. The boy pulls his hoodie the rest of the way up, grimacing when Tsukachi manages to get a look at. Where are the bandages? Rio's eyes flicker up to meet the vigilante's red ones. We ran out. The wound itself is stained in a palette of angry monochromatic pink colors, and a few darker red pigments from some dried blood he hadn't had the time to clean off. It's puffy in the places where his stitches had come out. But, overall, The older boy thinks that it's not as bad as he'd expected it to be. Well, you managed to keep some of the stitches intact. And some of them at least had a chance to help you heal a bit before you popped them. It'll leave an ugly scar now, though, since you didn't take a break to let it heal. Rio looks back up at the boy again, frown in place. Did you even rest a full day before fighting again? Midoriya grimaces, thinking back to how he'd trudged his way to the dojo not even 24 hours later, completely dead on his feet. Chi-sensei had been ready to send him home the moment he'd walked through the door. But he'd convinced her otherwise, his mind too wrapped up in all of his mistakes the night before to miss any training. I'll take your silence as a no. I'm not going to take the stitches out yet. With the way you've been treating it, it wouldn't hurt to leave them in for several more days. The teen pulls out a few more butterfly stitches, placing them over the half-healed injury. I don't know if these will help or not, but they certainly won't hurt and they're easily replaceable. Tsukachi slips a few extra into the younger boy's hoodie pocket. Buy some more bandages and keep the wound covered. You don't need it to get infected. You at least kept up with the antibiotics, right? The vigilante nods, trying to peek at the wound. Good, and don't stop until it's fully healed. That goes for both of them. Rio finally lets the boy lower his hoodie. That should do it then. Thank you, Midoriya says. Again. I'd probably be dead or in jail at this point without you. Oh, dead most definitely. Probably from blood loss or infection. Maybe even a dumpster, he says, grinning. Who knows? Depends on how kind fate is to you. The vigilante huffs a laugh, pushing himself up from his seat. I don't think fate and I have ever been on good terms. Rio hums, their loss, throw them in jail next time, will you? I hear that's what Piper does to the criminals he crosses. The 17-year-old smirks, his remark drawing a smile from the other. Technically I already have, 3 weeks ago, just a few blocks from here. Some chick with a mood ring quirk, she was literally red in the face when I caught her trying to rob an ATM. Midoriya slips back out the window, picking up his shoes from where he'd left them on the landing. There's a moment of silence as Midoriya undoes his laces. You know, the older boy starts, leaning on the windowsill. You don't have to be injured just to drop by. The vigilante pauses in pulling on his shoes, turning to look at the older teen. Maybe it's strange for me to say, but you're surprisingly easy to talk to and we get along well. So, I wouldn't be opposed to getting to know you outside of your whole vigilante persona. Rio says, elbows coming to rest on the window's ledge, hands propping up his chin. Oddly enough, I trust you. And considering that you're even back here at all says that it's the same for you. There's a strange welling in the vigilante's chest. I think I'd like that. It'd be nice to have a friend like you for once. It'd be nice to have a friend at all. What'll he do once he finds out you're quirkless? Again the sickening voice pris open its maw, words like molten tar sticking to the insides of his skull. He'll abandon you for sure. Tsukachi smiles. I guess I'm not allowed to run around saying I'm friends with Piper now? Midoriya laughs, burying the voice as he pulls his shoes on the rest of the way, lacing them back up. Not unless you're looking to get us both arrested. I can see it already. I come back to you complaining about some injury or the other, bleeding all over the place, and when I get here an officer lets me in. Like, okay, I get it, you're arresting me, but my lung, it's punctured, I need him to fix it. Rio lets out a quiet wheeze of laughter. Please, whatever you do, don't come to me with a punctured lung. I will call an ambulance. The vigilante picks up his staff, standing up again. Your opinion on punctured lungs has been noted. Now, can I ask about broken limbs? Rio swats at him from the window, missing the boy's pant legs by a few centimeters. At this point, you just need to have a lineup of excuses ready for when you're forced to go to the hospital. Or a buttload of cash to pay people off. Midoriya snaps his fingers, shaking one at the 17-year-old. That's not a bad idea actually. Drug dealers carry way too much cash on them, and as long as it doesn't hinder the investigation. The boy shrugs before grinning. I could always pay you for your medical services as well. The older teen wears a matching grin. I like where this is going. That could help fund some of my bigger projects. Izuku's brow rises. Projects? What? You think those desks in there are just for show? I'm in the support course at the school I go to, you know. Midoriya's Christmas-colored eyes widen. As in Hero Gear support course? As in Hero Gear support course. Rio's grin widens. Maybe this can be our always. I'm trying to be home before 3, the Vigilante states, but if you think the next time I come over I won't ask about every single one of your projects, you are absolutely wrong. The older teen can only smile. I'll be looking forward to it, Piper. Vigilante Piper takes down villain. Hero stops him. 1,621,318 views. 3,012 comments. The database says you're stupid 7 hours ago. This is literally the most unconventional version of Pied Piper I've seen in my life, and that's saying a lot after that disaster of a DC movie remake 3 years ago. Trash, 10 hours ago. Holy shit, how is he even alive? Platoyske, 6 hours ago. I can't believe that Hero thought Piper was the villain. That other dude looks so obviously shady. 3 hours ago. 312, did y'all see his eyes actually? Stanmerk 0, 7 hours ago. You know Death Arms is gonna get so much shit for this. Debozo 5 hours ago. I wonder if those eye colors are real 0 to 0. Moonwaves, 2 hours ago. Almeo at 2:23, did you guys see the face that Hero made SKSKSKSK? Oof 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, 6 hours ago. Akjalts relaxed, he threw AWHOLE dumpster. Doesn't he know that can KILL people? Exalmite 34XX 4 hours ago. Did anyone see if Piper used a quirk? I've been trying to figure it out, but there's not a lot of info on them yet and the video doesn't give it away. The name Piper had been floating around the underground for a while now. And he can only assume that the recently acquired Pied portion had originated from the video of him that had been circulating. He'd lost a red contact during his fight against Death Arms and his Christmas-colored eyes had been visible on camera when he turned to run from his impending doom. Right towards the bystander that had been filming him. Midoriya passes Rio the phone, watching as he starts the video over. I mean, I get the name, the Vigilante says, stepping back to sit on the teen's bed. Pied, multicolored, I get it, but like why? I didn't think the internet was coherent enough to come up with something like that. Tsukachi sets the phone aside halfway through. He'd already watched it several times before the Vigilante had arrived. He gives the younger boy a sly grin. I may have mentioned on more than a few online forums that your name already kind of resembled a certain comic book character. People seem to agree. Midoriya freezes, mouth falling open just the tiniest bit. It has a rather unexpected effect as well, since the name kind of draws everyone to make their own conclusions about what your quirk is. There's not much footage of you and most online testimonials can't be proven. So, there's not really any information to dispute them, Rio says before shrugging. I saw a post yesterday that was starting to go around claiming that you can control rats. It's a rather entertaining side effect if I'm being honest. Tsukachi's lips quirk up in a smile. It's nearly 3 a.m. and the Vigilante is borderline exhausted. But when he thinks about the true origin of his name and the pipe he'd left sitting on the fire escape outside, he can't help but break into laughter, muffling the sound with his elbow. It's been 2 weeks, Tsukachi, Midoriya laughs. What have you begun? Rio huffs a laugh of his own, eyes crinkling at the corners. You'd be surprised at my online influence. The 15-year-old falls back into the bed, staring at the ceiling as they fall into a comfortable silence, and Tsukachi goes back to working on a voice modulator he'd started on for class. It's a peaceful moment, the two sharing the same space, the same air, with no need for forced communication or small talk. The clinking of metal fills the silence and the thoughts in Rio's head swirl. Piper had come limping back into his room less than 30 minutes ago. No serious injuries this time, but he'd had a few bruises to add to his collection. The 17-year-old tries to shut down the train of thought he'd being dragged into, tries to pull the emergency brake. But the thoughts surge forward like a flood, filling him questions. He reaches a hand up, grasping for the surface, but he only takes hold of more water, more questions. Here, beneath the floodwaters, his lungs burn, begging for air, for answers. Piper! Tsukachi sets down the piece he's working on, slowly turning around. His voice takes on a tone that's almost strangled, as if he's trying to hold himself back in a way that Midoriya had never been privy to. Why'd you decide to become a vigilante? Midoriya freezes, caught off guard. Ryo doesn't say anything more. He doesn't push for answers or demand anything from the boy. Izuku should have expected it really. Then again maybe he had and he'd simply been denying the inevitable. The 17-year-old had stitched up the vigilante numerous times by now. He deserved to know why Piper existed, deserved to know why he went out piling up wounds like he did. Tsukachi deserved to know the meaning behind the injuries he treated. Midoriya slowly sits up, head bowing over his knees, studying the lines of his hands. It's the only way I can save people, Izuku answers quietly before realizing his mistake, quickly backtracking. I mean obviously there are other professions that allow you to save people. But, to be able to save people, his voice gets quiet again, this is the only way. In his mind the caustic voice returns, dripping absinthe words that the 15-year-old tries desperately to drown out. Tsukachi doesn't say anything, letting the boy collect himself. I tried the legal way, he says, swallowing around the lump in his throat. Tried applying for a hero course, but he trails off, bow rising, I'm quirkless. His eyes burn, and it takes all the 15-year-old has not to let tears start slipping down his face. He waits for the backlash, for the "are you insane?" For the "if I'd have known I wouldn't have," for the dangers of hero work are simply too high. But none of them come, nothing comes. Midoriya looks up, searching for a response from the older teen, searching for the look of disgust or disappointment. But there's nothing, no hate, no pity, no alarm. The boy's amber eyes are calm, boring into the vigilante's own cocktail of red and green, soothing him. I really should have seen that coming. The words are so easily said without malice or revulsion or distaste that it surprises the 15-year-old. It's said in such a matter-of-fact way, and it's something that's so very real-like of the teen to respond with that Midoriya can't help the laughter that bubbles up. That's it. That's it. There's a soft smile that comes with the words. It's kind of badass to be honest. If the older boy notices when Midoriya swipes at the few tears that slip out, he doesn't say anything. Izuku mumbles a thank you and the two spend the next half hour watching hero videos at Ryo's suggestion. The next night, before Midoriya has even had time to catch any criminals, the vigilante finds himself staring down over a small squadron of flashing police cruisers. His heart pounds in his chest and the light from that mini sun burns bright between his ribs, making him giddy through the terror that's threatening to overrun him. There's an unconscious C-rank hero 3 stories below him being tended to in the ambulance that had arrived. And he knows it's a serious situation that he's in. The building he's on is surrounded by police and he'd knocked a hero unconscious. But he can't help how his hand rises in greeting. Beneath the vigilante Tamakawa and Tsukachi watch from the street. He certainly acts like a kid, Sansa says, looking up as Piper waves at the 3 police cars below. Naomasa pinches the bridge of his nose in an attempt to ward off his oncoming headache. Yes, he does. It's not a great circumstance. I'm sure he'll end up getting away since we don't have enough people here. But at the very least I'm not as worried about some revenge seeker catching him before us. He's good for his age. Sansa's brow rises. So, you think Piper's a kid after all? Tsukachi shrugs. I'd say a teenager at the very least, maybe 16? 17? At that age it's possible that they could be feeling pressured to do something with their life. I know teachers can stress students for their career paths, especially with only a few months till the end of the semester. The timing lines up for it at least. He'll have to have learned to fight somewhere, the feline says, replaying the events in his head. Maybe a hero school? Sansa asks. Naomasa shakes his head, squinting through the flashing police lights to see Piper's dark silhouette. I doubt he'd be doing this if he was good enough to get into a hero school. Seeing him fight up close, it looked more like some kind of martial art. Have someone start looking into some of the local dojos, it might help us catch a lead. Have them make visits if necessary, I'll help out with it when I can. Yes, sir. Piper gives one final wave to the officers below before disappearing. Follow him. Naomasa shouts, watching him disappear. have a few cars patrol the area, and notify the local hero agencies to be on the lookout for Piper. Tsukachi sighs, watching the remaining officers scramble to follow his orders as his mouth stretches into a yawn. Sansa side-eyes the man. Will you be able to make it back to your place? No need to, the detective replies, watching one of the patrol cars pull away. I'm staying at Misaki's tonight. She's out on a business trip and doesn't want to leave my nephew home alone. She said he'll stay up till 5 if I don't stop him. Sansa's whiskers twitch in amusement. Sounds like someone else I know. Tsukachi sends him a playful glare. Have fun, detective, Sansa says, bemused. A smirk pulls at Naomesa's lips and he hums in response. You too, Sansa, and sorry for keeping you out so late. The feline waves him off. Not your fault. Midoriya scales the fire escape, rushing up the stairs as quietly as he can. It's now 1 a.m. and he knows he should feel tired, but adrenaline is still rushing through him like lightning and he feels too giddy to sleep. He can see Ryo's bedroom lights still on and he breaks into a grin, picking up his pace. Midoriya rips his face mask and shoes off and sets his staff and sneakers down on the landing before going to tap on the boy's window. Ryo's sitting at one of his workshop tables studying a blueprint when he looks over, surprised. He's up and opening the window within seconds, letting the boy in. Piper? You're here kind of early. Midoriya crawls through the opening, pulling his hood back as he goes. Tsukachi! You'll never believe what just happened, I'm shaking. Midoriya straightens himself and whips up his hands up to show the boy the gentle tremble of his fingers. The cops had me cornered. I was in this parking lot behind Denny's and I wasn't even doing anything. But they recognized me. And then there were all these cops that showed up. And they called in this hero that had this quirk. And I can't remember his name, but I know him. He knows martial arts. And he dual-wielded bastons. Then Ryo claps his hands down on the younger boy's shoulders with a laugh. Slow down there, speedster. I lost you at the cops cornered me. Izuku takes in a deep breath, trying to steady his heart rate. I got away. There's a grin that blooms across his face. I got away. The boy is basically vibrating in place. How the hell did I get away? And you came all this way just to tell me this. I was close by and knowing you I figured you'd still be awake working on something. Midoriya makes his way towards the forgotten blueprints, still giddy but very obviously trying to calm himself down. What are you working on? Ryo laughs, accepting the change in subject. After yesterday I took the liberty to come up with a few ideas for some gear you could use. I figured they might help you at some point. Midoriya opens his mouth to respond, but is quickly stopped when Ryo raises a hand. Before you say anything I want to tell you this. In about 5 minutes you'll probably come to the sudden realization that me doing this for you would make me your accomplice, which is, as you know, illegal. So, I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I understand what I'm getting myself into and I want you to know that I believe you won't rat me out or anything if you get caught. As strange as it is, I trust you, Piper. The stars in Izuku's eyes flare to life, and while they radiate only a fraction of the light that burns in his chest, it's enough to convey to Ryo what this means to him. Midoriya, the boy says, chest welling with an indescribable emotion, my name's Midoriya. Ryo can only grin as he pulls a few blueprints from a stack on his desk. Alright then, Midoriya, what do you say about these? I was thinking you could use more than just a staff, and since you're obviously running from heroes and stuff a lot now, I figured some sort of smoke bombs would be a necessity. Naomesa lets out a tired sigh as he steps out of the apartment complex's elevator, dragging a spare key from his pocket. All the lights are off when he unlocks the door save the thin stream seeping out from his nephew's room. The man slips off his shoes and coat, setting them on the entry bench. Ryo, it may be the weekend, but 2 a.m. is pushing it. There's a loud clatter from the room like something falling and a muffled yelp that sounds distinctly unlike Ryo. Naomesa frowns, walking towards the door. Just before he manages to get there, there's a thump and Ryo rips open the door, socked feet scrambling for purchase on the wooden floors. Aji-san, you scared me. Mom didn't say you were coming. The boy's voice is a higher decimal than usual and sweat beads at his brow. Naomasa stares the boy down. He's obviously disheveled, worried about the man finding something. Is there a girl over? The teen's eyes get comically wide. Absolutely not. Rio recognizes the approaching danger and starts speaking again before the man can ask another question. I was just talking to a friend about some new projects. Are they here? Rio eyes sip to something in his room before bouncing back again. No. The word sounds more like a question than an answer. The man's brow rises, too tired to properly berate the boy. Just slip out the window? Rio's teeth dig into his lower lip. I'd prefer not to answer that. The detective huffs out a tired sigh before turning away. If they're not staying the night, make sure they get home safe, Rio. Tsukachi deflates, letting out a relieved sigh. Yes, sir. Midoriya curses, scrambling down the fire escape, shoes in one hand and staff in the other. He pauses at the bottom, listening for commotion above as he attempts to calm his erratic breathing. He doesn't hear anything at first, but eventually there's a call from above. Pai Midoriya. You still there? Rio leans his head out the window, whisper shouting for the 15-year-old as he looks for movement below. Yes. The vigilante calls back up with the same sort of whispered shout. I've gotta go. Be safe, okay? Midoriya slips back up one of the flights of stairs. Safe is my middle name. No, absolutely not. Your middle name is target practice and you have an aim here, sign adhered to your chest. Izuku lets out a quiet laugh as he sits down to finally pull on his shoes. You're going home, right? Not yet. It's Saturday, so I was thinking of staying out a bit longer. I didn't get much done earlier and I've been trying to track down this one group of teens for like a week. I'm hoping that I'll finally manage to catch a break since it's the weekend. The vigilante finishes knotting his laces, picking his staff back up as he stands. I'll see you later. I'm excited to see how far you get with those smoke grenades you mentioned. With that, he disappears back into the night from which he came. There's a 24-hour convenience store nearby that Midoriya visits on the occasions he starts craving something or the other mid-patrol. And he'd heard a few rumors from the cashier that he's acquainted with that there'd recently been an outbreak of shoplifting cases in the area. All of the rumors he'd been privy to thus far led him back to the one group that he was now tailing. He watches the 5 teens stride down a dead-end alley before following them, cutting off their only path out. I thought you said this was a shortcut, Eri? The only other girl says. Her hair is a neon blue, possibly quirk-related considering the dim glow it gives off. Sorry, must be the next one down. There's a strained laugh that follows the response. Midoriya pauses, surprised by the familiarity that comes with the voice. One of the guys, a boy with 2 small horns, turns around first, bright yellow eyes burning through the dark. The vigilante can't tell if either attribute are quirk-related, but staring into his eyes causes the vigilante's stomach to twist uncomfortably. The teen startles upon seeing the darkly clad figure, his form appearing as a mere silhouette in backlighting of the street lamp behind the 15-year-old. The others turn with him. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Midoriya brushes aside the words. I thought you were supposed to have learned by now not to take stuff that doesn't belong to you. The teens tense, immediately on the defensive. What was that, a-hole? The blue-haired girl calls, scowl illuminated by the glow of her hair. He sees it sparkle with a minute amount of electricity and reminds himself to be wary. Now, there are 2 ways we can go about doing this. Piper feigns more confidence that he feels, banging one end of his staff on the concrete, the sound startling the teens as he casually leans against it. The way where I call the police and you wait patiently for them to sort everything out, or, he says, drawing out the word, the way where I call the police and make you wait patiently for them to sort everything out. In the dim light of the alley, the vigilante has the advantage of having the light to his back. And it's because of this that when he looks over the shoulder of the yellow-eyed boy, he pauses at a startling familiar face. 2 startling familiar faces. 2 that he prays he isn't actually seeing, 2 that he prays are just a trick of the light or his mind or anything other than the cruel hand of fate. But fate had never been so kind as to make anything in his life so simple. The first face belongs to one Tanaka Hato. He hadn't seen the boy in literal years, not since Chi-sensei had kicked him from the dojo. But It'd be hard to forget his face and the wicked glint of promised violence hidden in his eyes once he's seen the potential for a fight. There'd been rumors, of course, of what happened to him after he'd left. 2 kids from their class had said they'd spotted him viciously working the competition circuits under a different dojo. Another said he'd moved schools and become the head of some delinquent gang. And, seeing him now, Izuku can see that both of the rumors might have had some truth buried there. Because of this, Midoriya wasn't too surprised at seeing him there. He was more surprised to see the girl standing just behind him. He hadn't seen her over a year and her name hadn't come up in almost as long. But he wouldn't be able to forget the face of the girl he'd trained with and fought against for 5 years. Hirano Eri, now 16 years old, the winner of multiple Muay Thai awards and competitions, had fallen into delinquency. The Vigilante knew that a lot could happen within a year. Just looking at himself was proof enough of that. But, to see her now, so far removed from the girl he'd known at their dojo, startled him to say the least. She seemed out of place within the group, and he realizes now that she was the owner of the voice he'd recognized earlier. "What makes you think you can make us do anything?" The yellow-eyed teen wraps an arm around the back of Tanaka's neck, drawing him closer with a grin. "I'll have you know this guy right here is a master at karate." There's a scowl that comes upon Tanaka's face with the word karate, but it's quickly replaced for a Cheshire grin similar to the other boys. "Don't forget about our girl Eri," the other girl says, stepping forward with Hirano in tow. "I heard she can kick some butt too." The 16-year-old looks completely uncomfortable, shying away from the spotlight they'd shoved on her. "I really don't fight anymore." Midoriya feels a surge of sympathy from the girl when her friend sends her this disgusted, "What the hell is wrong with you?" look. "I'd hate to fight a bunch of kids anyway," he replies, heterochromatic gaze turning to scan the others. The last teen, a tall, lanky guy with black hair and no noticeable quirk, speaks up from the back, says the shortest one here. He flashes a smug grin at the Vigilante, and in the dim lighting Midoriya can see the glint of shark-like teeth in his mouth. "My quirk lets me smell emotions," he hisses, "and you reek of fear and false confidence. Tell them Shimaru." Piper doesn't let the words faze him, can't let them faze him. He knows he's scared, knows that his Vigilante persona oozes confidence that he doesn't have during the day. So, instead he uses the words to his advantage. He's probably a type of empath then, non-offensive, but watch out for his teeth. The girl has some type of electrical quirk, so I'll need to be wary of getting too close. I shouldn't have to worry about Tanaka's quirk, more his physical abilities, and I doubt that Hirano will even try to fight unless I attack her first. His eyes dart back towards the front man. And when he catches the teen's gaze, he feels his stomach twist again, a sudden irrational fear coiling his stomach in knots. Emotion manipulation? Midoriya swallows around his gradually growing fear. Possibly an emotional amplifier. The boy rips his gaze away, zipping back to the other 4. Eye contact activation. He doesn't get much more time to think before Tanaka is charging at him. Fighting the boy is just as the Vigilante remembers. His kicks and punches are just as vicious as they had been 5 years ago, and the smile he wears is still just as devilish in nature. But as their fight drags on, Tanaka's grin slowly dissolves into a grimace when he sees how the Vigilante is able to keep up with him, blocking his attacks with ease. "Hato, quit playing around. We've got places to be." "I'm not playing Oseikyu." Tanaka grunts, blocking the swing of the Vigilante's pipe. It's only for a split second, but Tanaka's gaze leaves his opponent to glare at yellow-eyed teen. Midoriya grins, watching the moment the boy drops his guard to look away. "You shouldn't let something as simple as words distract you." Piper shouts as he slams his staff into the older boy's side. There's a grunt of pain from his opponent. Tanaka is no amateur, Midoriya knows this, but he isn't expecting for the boy to clamp his arm around the end of his staff. The older boy looks up, grinning. "I was hoping you'd fall for that." From the corner of the Vigilante's vision, he sees Oseikyu, the yellow-eyed teen, rushing towards him. He tries yanking the pipe back towards him to block the incoming blow, but Tanaka is strong and his grip doesn't waver, so the teen's fist slams into Midoriya's face. The blow sends stars across his vision and he stumbles to the side, momentarily stunned. Tanaka tosses the pipe far from them, sending up a loud clanging of metal on concrete. Piper rubs gently at his cheek, worried about how it'd bruise. He slowly turns his head to look at the yellow-eyed teen. What the hell am I gonna do if this bruises? He can taste copper and swipes his tongue along his teeth to check them. Sounds like a you problem, the boy sneers. The vigilante scowls, falling back into a basic defensive stance, pied eyes zipping between the two, watching to see who would move next. He needs to finish this quickly. Oseiku raises his fists and the vigilante recognizes the stance as that of a boxer, but it's off in a way that tells Midoriya that it was learned through imitation rather than instruction. The yellow-eyed teen makes to throw another punch, but it's sloppy and Midoriya is able to easily catch it. He uses the boy's own momentum and sends him slamming into the wall. Tanaka attacks then, kick flying from his blind spot towards the vigilante's ribs. It sends spikes of pain through his side and some of the breath from his lungs, but it's the opening the vigilante needed. He locks down his arm around Tanaka's ankle, grinning behind his mask with bloodied teeth. I was hoping you'd fall for that. Hato curses, trying to wrench his foot free. But before he can, Midoriya sends his own kick to the back of the teen's free leg, watching it buckle. He uses the opportunity it offers him to slam Tanaka's stomachs first into the concrete. He lets out a grunt of pain as Piper digs his knee into his lower spine and locks the older boy's arm behind his back. Stay down, the vigilante murmurs. Tanaka used his free hand to take an awkward swing at the 15-year-old. Like hell a-hole. Midoriya takes a stronger hold of the boy's arm and wrenches up, Tanaka letting out a gut-wrenching cry as the vigilante drops his hold. Springing to his feet to round on the blue-haired girl, he catches running in the corner of his vision. I said stay down. He shouts at the boy beneath him as she skids to a halt, the fight draining from her eyes as she takes a step back. Sheet. Hato. Oseiku calls as he pushes himself up from where he'd fallen. You better get your butt up. Izuku can see blood on him, trickling from the scrapes on his hands and knees and from one just above his brow. But Tanaka only groans, rolling over still holding his shoulder. It's only dislocated, the vigilante informs them as he eyes the other four for movement. Take that as a warning. Oseiku scoffs. You think I'd be scared just because you popped someone else's shoulder out of place? But Midoriya can see the fear in his yellow eyes, and when Izuku glances at the shark-toothed teen stationed behind him, the vigilante can tell that for all the confidence Oseiku puts up, he's scared. Piper grins beneath his mask. It seems I'm not the only one who reeks of fear and false confidence. They meet eyes and there's another swell of fear within the vigilante, but he swallows it, reminding himself that this wasn't what real fear was. Midoriya had felt real fear. And this was not it. Oseiku scowls and the Shimaru boy warily glances between the two of them. The teen's face flushes red with anger and he doesn't say anything before charging with another imitation boxer swing. But Piper doesn't block it this time, instead sending a kick to Oseiku's head. He crumples under the blow, unconscious, and it goes by quickly after that. The blue-haired girl tries charging him again, but it only takes a simple arm lock for her to surrender and Shimaru gives up without a struggle after the display. Letting the vigilante calmly zip-tie his hands to a bike rack he'd cuffed the blue-haired girl to. Fear can be a good thing, Midoriya says as he stands up, wiping off his hands. It means you're cautious, and it keeps you on your toes as long as you don't let it control you. He locks eyes with the shark-toothed boy. Never underestimate someone who's scared. The vigilante turns then, not waiting for a response as he ducks back into the alley to help Tanaka stand. He scowls, but doesn't put up any fight when Midoriya pulls him up and walks him out of the alley to zip-ties his good arm to the bike rack next to Shimaru. Hirano is the last conscious one still free. He'd been saving that encounter for later. But now that she was the last one standing, he couldn't put it off anymore. She'd been slowly making her way towards the front of the alley since the vigilante had helped Tanaka up. He approaches her now and sees tears swell in her eyes. She's not making a move to try and escape, and Midoriya feels a surge of pity well up within him at the fact. The last thing he wants to do was zip-tie the girl to a street sign until the police arrived. But he can't afford to hint at his connection with her. So, he quietly guides the sniveling 16-year-old towards a spot on the sidewalk and binds her hands to a street sign in the most comfortable position he can think of. She's far enough from everyone else that no one would be able to tell if he spoke. So, when he gently works the zip ties around her wrists, he speaks to her in a quiet voice. He tries to hold back at first, but seeing the unshed tears glinting on her eyes does nothing but further stoke his curiosity. "Why are you with them?" She looks up at him, startled. "What? Why are you with them?" He says, repeating himself, "You don't seem the type to hang around with delinquents." She swallows around the lump in her throat. "I trained with one of them for a while at a dojo we used to go to. We just happened to end up at the same high school, and well, I didn't know anyone else." She looks down, studying the cracks in the sidewalk. The vigilante sighs, "If you want my advice, then I'd suggest finding new friends. It's not always an easy task, but it's better than finding yourself in another situation like this, right?" A part of his heart aches to see Hirano like this. She'd always thrived underneath the dojo's roof, but here she looked part cadaver, completely drained of the shine she once held. If they try to give you trouble for leaving, then turn to someone who will help you get out, and if there's no one to help you get out, then you know how to fight back if they try anything. Right? She nods, a few tears falling onto the pavement. "You'll be fine. When the police get here, just tell them the truth. They'll believe you. I promise." He finishes with the zip ties and pushes himself back up, distancing himself from her. "Demented. Let us go, a-hole." The blue-haired girl shouts from where he tied her. "I'm afraid the name's Piper, not a-hole." Midoriya lets out a tired sigh. "I don't care who the hell you are. We weren't doing anything wrong." The vigilante swipes at the sweat on his forehead, turning towards the teen. "Attempted assault, illegal quirk usage, and he exclaims, turning towards the girl, "I've been hearing rumors about a group of kids running around the area, shoplifting from a bunch of stores. They've all been noticing a suspicious occurrence with their surveillance equipment just before a few things disappear without a trace. The work of a quirk, I'd assume." "And what does that have to do with us?" Tanaka calls from beside the girl. "Obviously, because it was you guys who set up this whole traveling magic show," the vigilante sneers. There's a bitter taste in the back of his throat when he sees Hirano's downtrodden face from the corner of his eyes. "I assume it's the work of the electrical quirk among you," he says, eyeing the girl's sparkling, blue hair. "I'll let the police figure out the details for themselves. Whoever it is will probably end up taking a majority of the fall, unlicensed quirk usage and all that, a bona fide villain for sure. So the rest of you shouldn't worry too much." The boy walks back into the alley, slipping a phone off of Oseiku and pulling up the emergency tab on the lock screen and dialing. He can see the blue-haired start fidgeting as he presses the phone to his ear. He smirks at the nervous look she's donned since his little villain spiel. "Hi there. Piper here. I've got a group of 5 teens sitting outside the Onodera bathhouse, Igusa District, Block 26, building. There's been a string of shoplifting cases in the area involving the use of an electrical quirk. I believe they're in possession of several stolen items at the moment, so I think you'll find that they're the ones behind it." Midoriya glances back over at the kids. "You'll need at least 3 patrol cars, maybe one of those police vans I see from time to time. Your precinct has a van, right? Either way, they'll be here waiting. 1 is unconscious and 4 are tied up. 1 also has a dislocated shoulder, so I'd dispatch an ambulance or 2 as well." "Thanks." The vigilante picks up his staff and retreats to a nearby rooftop, watching the 5 to make sure there are no successful escape attempts before the police arrive. In the distance, he can see police lights flashing and sirens wailing. So, Tanaka Hato was the one who initiated the fight? And Piper only told you all to wait for police to arrive. In front of the detective, Hirano nods, confirming the statement. "And you didn't see him use any kind of quirk during the fight?" She shakes her head. "No, sir." Naomasa sighs, another dead end then. He begins pushing himself up to leave. "Well, if there's anything else you remember, please feel free to contact us." "Actually, The girl trails off, looking nervous. The detective stops, lowering himself back into his seat. "No, never mind, The detective eyes her quizzitively. I don't want them to." She frowns, playing with her hands. Hirano-san, Naomasa says quietly, debating how to continue forward. I need her to trust me. We suspect that Piper is a kid your age. The teen looks up, startled by the revelation. What he's doing, Naomasa continues on carefully, it's dangerous. He's helped put a lot of bad people behind bars, but doing so comes at a big risk for anyone. It gives him a lot of enemies. Hirano-san, he ventures, I'm honestly thankful that Piper is helping us put away the people that need to be, but I'm more worried about his safety than anything else. If there is anything that you can tell me that could help us prevent anything from happening to him, then I need to know. The girl bites her lip. I don't know if it'll help or not, but... She pauses, this is to help him. He was using this type of martial art called Muay Thai. This specific type of martial arts, it's not seen much outside of Thailand anymore. Tanaka and I used to be enrolled in a dojo that taught it, that's the only reason I recognized it, she explains. Tsukachi's thoughts race to connect the red strings strung across his mind. How many places do you think still teach it in Japan? Hirano looks up, surprised by the question. I'm not too sure. Regional competitions were always rather small though, seeing as there's only a handful of dojos in the area. But nationals were always a decent size, you'd get people from all across Japan there. So it's a pretty tight-knit community then? I wouldn't necessarily say tight-knit, the 16-year-old mumbles. It's not like everyone knew everyone. But you knew who your competition was. Tanaka has actually been to nationals a few times, and since Piper was able to beat him like he did, then you're at least looking for someone who's good enough to make it there as well. The two talk for a moment longer before the detective pushes himself up, gathering his things. Thank you very much for this information, Hirano-san. We'll make sure to put it to good use. You remember anything else, please feel free to give me a call. He slides a business card across the interrogation table to the teenager. Thank you for your time, Hirano-san. You've been a great help. The girl quietly nods, studying the number with a small frown etched into her face. It's the least I can do. You'll be fine. When the police get here, just tell them the truth. They'll believe you. I promise. I hope he'll be safe. I did this to help him, I don't want him to get hurt because of it. When the man pushes open the door, Tamakawa and another officer there to take the girl to her parents are waiting for him. He speed walks past the two, the feline hot on his trail. Narrow that dojo search for Piper to Muay Thai ones. This could finally give us a lead. He pauses. We got lucky with that girl. There's a lull of silence between the two as Naomasa continues turning the possibilities over in his head. There's a chance that Piper learned to fight outside of a dojo, from a family or a friend maybe, or even outside of Mizudafu or Japan. But this is the best lead we've had so far and we can't pass it up. Sansa nods. If there really are as few dojos as that girl made it out to be, then it's possible that we could find Piper within the next few days, Tamakawa muses, whiskers twitching. Naomasa lets out a non-committal hum. At the very least, I'm hoping for a few suspects. Get me a list of all the local dojos and the times that they're open, I'll try to visit some as well. Midoriya is late again. After having fallen asleep on the roof during lunch, there'd been no one to wake him up and he'd ended up sleeping through the last half of the day. He blamed the two perverts from last night. He'd been 2-on-1 against some peeping toms. It should have been an easy cleanup, but one had managed to use their quirk to escape and the boy had spent an extra hour chasing the tiny, purple-haired idiot which had left the vigilante far outside his normal patrol area. He still feels a little dazed from his nap, even with the adrenaline high he has after sprinting from school to the dojo. He glances at his reflection in the windows, making sure the foundation covering the fading bruise on his cheek is still there before he bursts through the door. Sorry I'm late, on his lips. He rushes towards their small bathroom, blazer already stuffed in his backpack and half tugging his shirt off before he even reaches the door. Shoes. Chi-sensei barks. Sheet. He stops trying to pull his shirt off and instead turns to his shoes, half hobbling, half jumping just to get them off before chunking them back towards the door. Sorry. Everyone pauses to follow his journey across the room, too many sets of eyes tracking him. He stumbles out of the bathroom a few minutes later, Not completely put together but more so than when he'd first run in. Midoriya. He looks up at Chi-sensei's call. Now noticing the two men standing at her hip, one who looks strangely familiar. Fujimori-san. There's a sharp spike of fear at seeing the police after what he'd been up to the last few months. Why are they here? Did they sniff me out? Izuku tenses slightly, ready to make a dash for the door if need be. But the officer only smiles, easing the boy's nerves. Midoriya-san, I thought that was you. You rushed by too quickly for me to be certain though. The 15-year-old flushes, nerves still on edges. He tries to hide the fact with a short bow as the other man and Jiwai the two. You two know each other? Fujimori turns to the man by his side. Detective Tsukachi, this is Midoriya Izuku. He helped in a kidnapping case a few months ago. He the one who found Hogai's daughter. Izuku's eyes snap up to look at the detective. I wonder if Ryo's related to him? This is the boy that saved her? Naomasa asks, surprised as he turns to meet the boy's eyes. He's surprisingly muscular for his age, though his figure is more lean than stout. Midoriya opens his mouth to protest, but he's cut off by Fujimori's quick reply of, yes. A smile pulls at Naomasa's lips. What a small world we found ourselves in. I know Hogai-san sends his thanks for saving his daughter. You did a good job, Midoriya-san. Izuku nods rather reluctantly, thinking back on all of the things he'd done wrong in that situation. He mumbles a half-hearted, yeah. Naomasa says nothing when his quirk registers the lie, only gives the boy a small smile before he continues speaking. I'm glad you're here though. We were just about to head out, but I'd like to ask you a few questions before we leave if that's fine with you, young man. Midoriya casts a wary glance at Chi-sensei. Her pitch eyes are unreadable, but her freckles are flared just the slightest bit brighter than usual, hinting at a seed of agitation. Do you know anything about a vigilante by the name of Pied Piper? Izuku freezes up immediately, completely blindsided by the question. What? He stares at the two dumbly, his previous fear crawling back up his throat. In his mind the creature rears its head, maw opening with a caustic grin and acidulous words. They found you. You were careless and they found you, it hisses. It's only been a few months and yet you've already been caught. Useless. You've never stopped being useless. Midoriya clamps down on the voice, trying desperately to shut it up. He can see the detective's mouth moving, forming words that he can't quite understand over the blood roaring in his ears and the voice hissing in his mind. But he knows no matter what he does he won't be able to answer. So he lets Piper answer instead. Sorry about that, detective. Could you repeat that? I didn't get much sleep last night, so my brain's still a little fried. He feels like he's on autopilot, and the easy smile on his lips feels like it's made of crumbling sand. Chi-sensei scowls at the boy. How many times have I told you, take care of yourself first, Midoriya. Missing one day isn't going to ruin you. The 15-year-old scratches shyly at the back of his head. I took a nap during lunch, he explains. I thought I'd be fine. When Naomasa's quirk registers the small lie, he can't help the minute downward tick of his lips. The lie reminiscent of something Yagi would say. The detective gently clears his throat, trying to lead the conversation back to the situation at hand. Never mind that first question. Can I ask what you were doing last Saturday at around 11:30 p.m.? Midoriya gives the question some serious thought, trying to remember for himself what he'd been doing. Obviously he'd been out patrolling by then, but he freezes up again, the thoughtful expression he'd taken on quickly dissolving. The change is a noticeable one. I was sleeping, he blurts out, panicking as Piper's facade begins to crumble. Naomasa's quirk reacts, rearing up at the obvious lie. The detective's lips tick downwards. Chi-sensei's eyes narrow, pitch boring into jade. That's a lie, Midoriya. Hurdles weren't an unusual sight on Izuku's racetrack. They had become everyday occurrences after he'd taken the name Piper. Every night, with every criminal encounter, he was forced to, once again, face the hurdle of his quirklessness. Despite this, he continued to push himself, continued to run faster, jump higher, continued to pass all of the peers who had looked down upon him. Continued to pass all of those racing just ahead of him under the assumption that he'd never catch up. But now he fears he'd encountered a hurdle that he simply wouldn't be able to jump, and for once it wouldn't have anything to do with being quirkless. Suddenly he feels like throwing up, his sun flickering beneath the gravity of Chi-sensei's words. He wants the floor to heave upwards, splitting the ground under his feet. He wants the earth to consume him. The boy opens his mouth to respond, but it only closes again with an audible click. He doesn't know what to say. But the three are silent, waiting on him to answer the accusation. Eventually he forces his vocal cords to respond. "I was training," he murmurs half-heartedly. Not technically a lie. Jiwoo's freckles flare, brighter than he'd seen them in over a year. The woman wasn't one to show many emotions. And if Midoriya hadn't been around her as long as he had been and wasn't as observant as he was, he's sure he wouldn't have seen the anger residing on her face. She makes a swipe at the back of his head and he ducks away from it on instinct alone, eyes wide as he stumbles back, the woman following him. "Training is reserved for the dojo," she seethes. "If you're so insistent on overworking yourself, then join a DMing competition once in a while." It's not what you're thinking. I was just feeling restless." But all eyes in the dojo are trained on the student and teacher, the others dumbfounded by the woman's outburst. Naomasa eyes them as well as Fujimori goes to try and defuse the situation. But out a sigh, the boy watching her freckles dim as she reins in her anger. "That's all of my students that are here today, detective. If you're done, I'd like to make the most of what they're paying to be here for." The man startles somewhat. "Of course, thank you for your time, Chi-san, Midoriya-san." He tips his hat to the two of them before motioning for the other man to follow him out. "Why were they here?" Izuku asks, warily eyeing the woman after Fujimori and the detective had bid their goodbyes. The two watch the duo slip out through the door, climbing into a police cruiser parked on the curb that Midoriya's brain had conveniently decided not to register on his way in. "A friend of mine who runs another gym across the city called me yesterday to tell me that the police were doing rounds on the local Muay Thai dojos. Evidently they were asking questions about that Pied Piper character. I'd assume they're looking for suspects, but I don't see how questioning a bunch of middle schoolers and high schoolers like you all will help." Midoriya's thoughts immediately snap to Hirano and Tanaka. He curses internally, one of them must have let it slip. "But don't think I'll forget about our earlier exchange, Midoriya." He looks over at her, worry seeping into his jade eyes. He's unable to tell if she's actually looking at him or still watching the two men as they climb into the patrol car. "If I so much as suspect that you're staying up late just to train like I think you are, I will go to your mother about it." The boy pales. I swear it's not what you're thinking. I've just been having trouble sleeping every now and then, and training helps tire me out." He's lying straight through his teeth at this point, but he meets Jiwoo's gaze with a look that must convince her otherwise because all she does is let out a long sigh. "Please take care of yourself, Midoriya. You'll end up sending your mother to an early grave if you keep this up." The boy tenses, guilt seeping lead into his limbs. "Hi." The next week goes by smoothly, and he does try to take better care of himself for both Chi-sensei and his mother's sakes. He'd been staying out later than usual in the weeks leading up to that point, usually pushing his patrols an extra hour or just talking with Ryo until 3. So he tries to be home by 2 from now on during school nights. But there are of course exceptions to this rule, such as when he's mid-chase or, say, when he's been cornered by a hero. He must have gotten too close to the nice part of town while he was chasing the unconscious thief at his feet. He hadn't meant to knock the man unconscious. The vigilante had merely tripped him with a foot, but his head had collided rather harshly with the pavement. Midoriya can't say he regrets it too much at first. But once Snipe makes his appearance, Piper supposes that he could have been a better hostage if he was awake and standing. But as it is, the man is out cold on the concrete and much too heavy for Izuku pick up and use as a shield to keep the hero from firing on him. He's frozen, a deadly cocktail of fear and adrenaline pulsing through him at the thought of having to face yet another hero after his last 2 encounters. "Drop the weapon." Midoriya does so without hesitation, letting the pipe fall to the concrete with a loud, hollow clang. His hands rise on their own, hovering at the sides of his head. Snipe doesn't miss, his mind informs him. Even through his fear-seeped mind, his hero analysis notes come back to him. drifting up to him like a dream. If he doesn't miss then. Turn around, hands behind your back. The vigilante does as instructed, watching from the corner of his eyes as the hero slides his gun back in its holster. A lead weight settles in the pit of his stomach when he feels a pair of cuffs snap around his wrists. Stay calm, it's part of the plan. Piper bites the corner of his lip as the hero moves his grab to the boy's forearm. His hands sweat. He'd never tried pickpocketing someone before, but surely this would be easier. After all, he wasn't having to reach into the hero's pocket. All he had to do was grab the gun. Snipe was a good hero. But he, like everyone else, had weaknesses. Snipe was a teacher. Because of this he didn't underestimate per se, but he let his guard down around younger criminals when they seemed to be showing no signs of resistance. Piper's hands slowly wrap around the grip of the hero's weapon. His other weakness was that he only had one gun. Midoriya rips his arm from the man's hold, dragging the gun with him as he takes off, tearing around the corner of the alley. He can hear Snipe cursing behind him, reaching for a gun that's no longer there. He's too scared to feel giddy, but there's still the undeniable sound of choked laughter that bubbles past his lips as he runs. I need backup. We have a downed villain and another that's getting away. Pin my location and send someone to collect the unconscious one. I'm going after the other. Piper blindly slips down an alley, the hero hot on his trail. There's fear in his lungs and in his heart and in his limbs, pushing him to run faster, pushing him to keep going. I don't want this to be the end. Useless little doll. Everyone's least favorite plaything. If only you had a quirk, none of this would have happened. In his head the voice fills his skull. Like muddy floodwater, drowning out everything else. Its maw pulls itself into a Cheshire grin, sharpened teeth dripping tar. How unfortunate for you. The boy barrels out the end of the alley into a street full of people bar hopping. Stop him. But no one does, no one even so much as reaches out a hand to try to slow the vigilante down. In fact, they clear a path, wide-eyed at the handcuffed teen tearing through the streets. Several pull out their phones, recording the chase over the heads of those in front of them. Neon signs line the buildings, all of them blurring together in a nauseating kaleidoscope of color. Behind him the crowd closes like a sea, further separating him from the hero. But he keeps running, slipping down another alley as fast as he's able to after making sure Snipe's direct line of sight had been broken. The sounds of nightlife fade behind him and he can't hear a second pair of steps following him. But still, he keeps running, keeps ducking down alleys and cutting through construction sites, not knowing where he's going until he finds himself alone outside a familiar convenience store. The vigilante wheezes as he comes to a stop, too tired to run any farther. His lungs spasm in his chest, each breath scorching through him on its way in. He can see Ryo's apartment building up ahead, and it takes a moment, but he forces his limbs to move again. It's slow going and his legs shake beneath him, but eventually Midoriya ducks down the building's side alley, collapsing into the wall for support as he tries to steady his breathing. His wrists are still bound uncomfortably behind his back, the area around the cuffs now raw from being Jose-led during his escape. The 15-year-old lowers himself carefully to the ground, setting Snipe's gun to the side and letting his head fall back against the brick wall behind him once he's firmly planted. This is the first time I've been in cuffs before, he mutters to himself. He manages after a moment to maneuver himself into a position where he's able to slip his cuffed wrists underneath his body, bringing his hands back in front of him. It's the last thing he wants to do. But Midoriya knows he'd never be able to make it up to Ryo's window with the state he's currently in. He wouldn't be able to make the jump to grab onto the ladder, let alone haul himself up it unassisted with his hands bound the way they are. Tsukachi! His throat is hoarse, and the name comes out scratchy, but it's enough. In his room Ryo startles, looking towards the window. The teen had taken to leaving it cracked as of late. Not only had the weather been nice enough for it, but it also saved him the trouble of having to let Midoriya in every time he dropped by for a visit. Tsukachi! The call is a little louder this time. Ryo pushes himself up, dragging the window open the rest of the way. Midoriya? His voice is much quieter, calling out to the other boy with a whispered shout. The 17-year-old hauls himself out the window, peeking over the rails of the fire escape to look down at the vigilante. Izuku simply holds up his hands, showing off the bulky cuffs clamped around his wrists. He gives the older boy an exhausted and wobbly smile. Help! Pied Piper chased by pro-hero Snipe got away. 1,938,849 views. 4,182 comments. Yadixed, 10 hours ago. What did this Pied Piper dude even do this time? The last time he had a video like this blow up, he was just trying to stop some sleaze bag. Soft Hawks, 8 hours ago. I wonder how he's planning on getting those cuffs off LMAO. Clownfuckery, 3 hours ago. Bro, is that Snipe's gun in his hands? I am Mikidi, Schwajtisef. Rhiannon 5 hours ago. I love how literally no one is doing anything to stop him. DSK. Etch. Glixt_observer, 2 hours ago. There are obviously going to be people who say differently, but Piper is actually a really good hero, even if he's doing it illegally. He's saved quite a few people and has helped put away a lot of actual criminals. Electrosambus now. This guy is really out here just running around with Snipe's weapon. What a legend, what an absolute MADLAD. Chapter text. Before we get started, I got fan art. Like holy shit, I screamed thank you so much on Dogi Crimson. Are you really going back out there? They could be staking out the area to see if you come back for it. Midoriya scowls, knowing that the boy is right. But he feels like he's lost a limb. He has school tomorrow and dojo directly afterwards, so he can't just go looking for it in the morning. His hands feel just a little bit empty and useless without it. He rubs it where the cuffs had dug into his wrists. It had taken Rio a good hour and a half to cut through them without also hurting the boy. Do you have a different hoodie I could borrow? I don't want to go back looking like Piper if there are still people looking for me. Tsukachi sighs. Yeah. Here. Rio takes a moment to dig through his closet before tossing him a hoodie, the younger boy slipping it on without really looking at it. When he does, he grimaces. Is this really the only hoodie I can borrow? Midoriya looks down distastefully at the piece of clothing. Rio stifles a laugh. You said you didn't want to look like a vigilante. The 15-year-old gives him a disgruntled look before looking back at the obnoxiously bright wild pussycats design. Don't get me wrong, I love them. Rock on with these sparkling gazes and all that jazz. But isn't this a bit too eye-catching? I think it's perfect for what you're doing. This is revenge for coming in with HNDCFFS, isn't it? Just a little bit, Tsukachi replies, grinning. Midoriya huffs out a laugh before the vigilante pulls open his right eye, pinching out the red contact. He blinks a few times, clearing his vision. Do you have something I could put this in? Like a sandwich bag or something? Rio nods. Yeah, just give me a sec. He sneaks out the bedroom door, coming back a few moments later with a small snack bag and a bottle of saline solution. Here, my mom wears contacts too, I figured you'd need it. Thanks. Rio blinks at him dumbly. I've never seen you like this. Midoriya looks up, confused by the words as he slips the bag in his pants pocket. Like what? Normal. Izuku lets out a surprised laugh. I guess this is your first time seeing me completely out of costume, huh? He steps over to one of the teens' work tables, carefully picking up Snipe's gun from where he'd left it. I still can't believe you took his gun. It's the only weakness of his that I could exploit, Midoriya whines, a little. Laughter seeping into his voice. I'll make sure to return it at some point though. See you later, thanks for getting those off. Rio settles himself back into his desk chair. No big deal, it'll give me something to study. Plus, if I can figure out how they work, I might just be able to tell you how to get them off by yourself the next time. Midoriya slips out the window, pulling his shoes on. Hopefully there won't be a next time. Hopefully, Tsukachi parrots back. Once Midoriya gets close to the alley he'd escaped from, he slips his face mask back on just to be safe. He hopes it'll be enough to disguise his identity if anyone's loitering around the site looking for him. When he gets there, he doesn't see the pipe and his heart immediately drops. If they took it to the police station, they could easily lift my prints. He glances down quickly at his bare hands before his eyes go to fly around the alley. He moves boxes and peeks behind and underneath the trash cans and dumpsters. My prints shouldn't be registered in any of their systems, but there's always the off chance. And if I ever get caught, all they have to do is get my prints and match them up. It'd be a death sentence. Midoriya peeks into one of the dumpsters, eyes spying a glint of metal. He frowns, unable to see it clearly in the shadow of the dumpster's walls. Sheet, Izuku mutters, quickly jumping in to check what it is. He picks it up almost gently, fearful that it's not what he's looking for. But it is the cool metal fitting seamlessly into his palms. I can't believe they thought you were garbage. You should be there with it, the abandoned plaything left to rot. With molding food. How suiting of a cockroach. Midoriya frowns, heart clenching as he leaps back out of the dumpster. The vigilante sniffs Ryo's hoodie with a look of disgust. Sorry Tsukachi, I don't know if I'll be able to get this smell out. He looks down, grimacing when he also sees an unidentified substance clinging to his sneakers. He lets out a quiet whine, my shoes? He tries his best to scrape it off on the concrete as he slips the end of the staff down the back of one of his pant legs and pulls the hoodie over the top of it. I can't just walk around with my staff out when people could be looking for Piper. Everything goes smoothly except for the one cop he runs into who asks him what he was doing out so late. Midoriya makes up some half-butted excuse about going to get his mom from work because his brother had a fever. The officer lets him go without another word, not questioning the boy's irregular gait if he notices. From there he heads home for the night. He's only an hour later than he should be, but he feels completely exhausted as he tugs everything off and pulls on some actual pajamas. He tosses Ryo's hoodie in his dirty clothes pile before slipping into bed, already half asleep. The encounter with Snipe had scared the boy. Scared him to the point where he has nightmares that night of getting caught, of not running fast enough, of ending up with a bullet through his chest. It's enough for him to start thinking about better protection, better gear. But with summer drawing closer, both he and Ryo had found themselves stressing over their upcoming exams. And, seeing how diligently the older teen had been pouring himself over his school projects, Midoriya couldn't find the heart to ask him to do anything more. He realizes that he can't drag any more civilian into his vigilante scheme, but this conclusion places an even larger pill on the table that he sits at, a pill that has been labeled villain. He reluctantly picks up the pill and swallows, commissioning the purchase of a few specialty items from one of the illegal support gear dealers he'd met while tailing another criminal. The vigilante had been chasing the man a good quarter-mile, just on his heels. And so, when his target slams through the door of a nondescript building, voice rawly shouting, "Help!" It slows the man down enough to where the boy finally gets the chance to knock the feet out from under him. He hits the ground stomach first, jaw slamming painfully into the floor as the air is knocked from his lungs. Piper scowls, pressing his foot into the man's back when he tries rising. The boy's chest heaves after the mad sprint through the streets. I just wanted to ask you a question, damn it. Why the hell did you run? Help! The man shouts instead. The vigilante's head snaps up, taking in his surroundings. It's some sort of warehouse, mostly empty, but there are a few crates and boxes stacked along the walls. Help! The man's voice echoes and Piper presses down harder on the guy's back in warning. There's a metal staircase on the wall to his left that leads up to an office, the large windows looking into it shuttered with blinds. He doesn't see anyone, but that only makes the vigilante more wary. He takes his chances and quickly zip-ties the man's hands together. Jiren! Midoriya's eyes snap towards the second-story office again, slowly pulling himself out of his crouch as a new man steps out the door, lit cigarette between his fingers. Junko, I thought I told you that we weren't doing business together anymore. When the newcomer takes in the full situation, there's a cat-like grin that pulls at his lips, showing off his missing tooth. His glasses ride up his nose, glinting in the overhead lights of the warehouse. Well, if it isn't Mizutofu's little Pied Piper. His grin widens. To what do I owe the pleasure? Midoriya had seriously debated working with the criminal, but if he wanted to keep himself on patrol, then he'd have to make sure that he could keep himself from getting seriously injured. Or, at the very least, to make sure he could keep himself alive. At first he'd only gone in to get a lightweight bulletproof vest of some sort. But, mid-meeting he'd had the thought to have his elbow and knee pads replaced with something of a more professional grade and maybe a few more protective pieces. Then he'd realized that a hoodie and sweatpants weren't the best thing one could wear to fight crime. And there were also the few weapons he'd ended up asking for. So, in the end, his shopping list had been just a bit longer than originally anticipated. He'd racked up quite a bill if Jiren's gap-toothed smile had been anything to go by, but with all the drag dealers he'd been encountering recently, the Vigilante had saved up more than enough money in cash alone. Jiren hands him an untraceable phone before he leaves. The man calls it a sign of his loyalty and their friendship, and told him this is how they get in touch. Izuku was sure to ask Tsukachi to check if they were bugged. Not even a week after he'd put in his order with the broker, Midoriya gets a call on the phone he'd been gifted. Midoriya would have spent the entire night studying for his finals in the morning if it had been anything other than Jiren's voice on the other end of the line telling him that his stuff was ready. He's there within 30 minutes. I can give you the gear you asked for, Jiren says, but you'll have to find your weapons elsewhere, the broker sighs. If it gets out that I'm giving you gear, I'd be ruined. And if someone found out that I'd given you weapons too? I'd be dead, you know that. I can't break my client's trust like that. The man grins as he slides a bag across the desk to the boy. I've got lots of clientele that come to me griping about you, you know? It's been almost 2 weeks since he'd first met the man and only 5 days since he'd commissioned him. And, despite the fact that he's sitting across from a villain, he can't help himself from feeling a little giddy about the aspect of getting an actual hero costume. I'd tell you how I can easily solve that problem, but you probably wouldn't like the outcome, the Vigilante replies, eyes crinkling and smirk forming behind his mask. He peeks into the bag, eyes catching on the bulletproof vest on top. It's a shame though, I was looking forward to those weapons. Jiren huffs, yeah. Now get out of here. Don't you have criminals to lock up? Midoriya laughs, passing a large wad of cash to the man. Yeah, maybe even more than usual with all this. He glances up, eyes locking for a moment with Jiren's. The shoes still have spikes though, right? The man's grin turns cat-like. Of course. I keep my promises, Piper. The next day, after finals are over, he sleeps. An entire day and night. Exhausted both mentally and physically. He'd strained himself. Trying to balance his time between vigilante work and school work, and the dojo had ended with his already desolate sleeping schedule looking like it had been the ground zero of a nuclear air raid. So, he sleeps to make up for it, and the next time he wakes up it's early afternoon the next day and Inko is long gone for work. He excitedly shoves all of his new gear into his backpack to show Tsukachi later and awkwardly shimmies Piper's pipe down his pant leg again. For once he leaves out their front door just like any other regular citizen. As he walks he thinks about how he'd never actually gone to see the boy during daylight hours. He honestly feels a little giddy about the fact that that's about to change. He's a little wary about scaling the teen's fire escape in broad daylight, but he's in civilian clothes this time, so he figures if someone sees him it wouldn't be as disastrous of a discovery. He knocks on the window as he slides his shoes off. He's not expecting me, so I shouldn't just barge in. The curtains part cautiously, revealing a sleep-ruffled Ryo that looks as if he's only just woken up. Midoriya? Izuku can only see the name mouthed through the glass and waves sheepishly at the older teen. He slips his backpack off and sends it through the window first as Ryo opens it. Morning, Tsukachi. I didn't wake you up, did I? The 15-year-old carefully slides the pipe out from his clothes, leaning it against the outer wall as the older boy watches on in amusement. You did actually. Izuku is halfway through the window when there's a heavy knock on Tsukachi's door. Ryo, you better be up, it's almost 2. The door opens without another word, revealing a middle-aged woman. She pauses mid-step, only able to stare for a moment. Her hair is pulled up into a half-bun, dark eyes taking in the scene before her. Ryo, her voice is calm, who is that? Midoriya's eyes zip towards the 17-year-old, both of them frozen in their spots. Tsukachi is stuck holding his backpack full of vigilante gear, trying not to gape at the woman, and Izuku is still rooted in his position halfway through the window. Ryo, she says again, jolting the boy into answering. Mom. Tsukachi's voice jumps in pitch. This is Midoriya. My friend. The 15-year-old startles at being referred to as a friend, eyes widening. Sweat beads on both boys' brows, watching the woman for a reaction. Of course it would be a friend of yours, she sighs exasperated. Well, come in then, no use hanging there like a window box. Midoriya carefully creeps the rest of the way in, embarrassed when the woman takes obvious note of his All Might socks and bright yellow fat gum hoodie. So, I'll assume that you're the one my brother caught here a month ago? Midoriya internally cringes, recalling his mad dash out Ryo's window. Yes, ma'am, he murmurs quietly. Izuku bows sheepishly, introducing himself before quietly apologizing for the disruption. There's an air of silence that falls over the three of them, the two boys not daring to move. Are you dating? There's another beat of silence before all hell breaks loose. No. Absolutely not. We're friends. He's my friend. Midoriya hands helicopter around his face, cheeks flushed a beet red. Beside him Tsukachi fares no better. Midoriya lets out a strangled noise before they fall into another spell of silence. Well, Ms. Tsukachi hums. Mischievous glint to her eyes. She looks between the two of them in mild amusement. I'll leave you to it then. It was nice meeting you, Midoriya. You're more than welcome to leave through the door if you'd rather. She turns, leaving the room, but stops last second, peeking back in to eye them with a vexatious smile. Dinner is at 6 if you decide to stick around long enough. The two deflate the moment the woman closes the door behind her. Midoriya can't find the strength to respond, moving to collapse onto the bed. Ryo lets out the breath he'd been holding, slumping down into his chair. Sorry. I should have warned you that she's like that. Midoriya brings his hands up to drag them down his face, cheeks hot beneath his fingers. She reminds me of my mom only like 12 times as mischievous. They fall into a casual silence for a few moments before Ryo speaks up again. So, what are you doing here so early? The 15-year-old's eyes light up, scrambling to push himself back up and grab his bag from where Ryo had set it. He hauls it up, plopping it down on the bed beside him. He pulls out Ryo's sweatshirt first and tosses it to him before he starts digging again. My hoodie? Took you long enough. I thought I was never getting this back. I had to wash it a few times to get the smell out. Ryo looks at him wide-eyed. You know what? I don't even want to know. It's probably better that you don't. But that's not the main reason why I'm here. That broker guy I told you about called again. Midoriya glances at him, eyes alight with a flame as bright as the sun in his chest when he starts pulling everything out, the grin on his face stretching with each new item. I got a bulletproof vest and metal-plated arm and shin guards, and I got new hero-grade knee and elbow pads, and since I'm climbing buildings and stuff a lot I got some gloves to help with grip. Then, since it's been getting hotter I got a new hoodie and some cargo pants. They're made out of a really lightweight and breathable material. They look normal, but they're actually super durable and made out of the same material some pros use for their suits. And look. Boots. With spikes. The boy's eyes sparkle with excitement as Ryo studies each of the items the Vigilante drags out. Ryo lets out his own excited laugh. How much did all of this even cost you? Wads of cash from 6 different drag dealers. Tsukachi grins. Is that how you're counting your money now? By drag dealers? What? Midoriya teases, you aren't? From there they fall into idle conversation as Ryo looks over the gear, checking that there's no sort of tracking devices or bugs and anything else that's seemingly suspicious. Nothing comes up and by the time they've finished fanboying over the new gear it's 2 p.m. and Ryo is shoveling Bites cereal into his mouth between sentences. There's obviously more stuff you can get, or that I can make for you. You said your dealer wouldn't get you weapons so I'm sure most of my time will go to stuff like that for you. But I think it'd also be cool have something other than just your flimsy face mask to hide your identity, Ryo mumbles, trying to speak around the food in his mouth. Midoriya scratches at his chin, thinking it over. You're right. The 15-year-old checks the time on his phone, pursing his lips. I should probably head out now. I wanted to do some patrolling to test out the new gear. Ryo looks up at him. It's not even 3 yet, are you sure you want to head out so soon? We can think up some designs for a mask if you want to. I would, but since it's summer break I was thinking about trying some daytime patrols. I mean, sure, you can catch people out and about late at night, but in the end you'll be able to help more people when there are more people. It won't be an everyday thing since I still have dojo, but I'll help when I can. Rio hums in acknowledgement. So no more nighttime patrols? I'll still do nighttime stuff. I'm thinking of splitting everything into quarters. I can sleep late in the mornings, and then if these daytime patrols go well I can stay out until dinner, sleep some more and keep mostly the same night patrol pattern that I had during school. Rio lets out a low whistle. No rest for the wicked then, huh? Midoriya's eyes flicker towards the window. If there's no rest for the wicked, then there's none for the righteous either. That's just how the world is. That's how the world should be. Tsukachi corrects him, twirling slowly in his chair as he stares up at the ceiling. Midoriya hums in agreement as he pushes himself up. You mind if I change in here? Rio rolls himself towards the bedroom door, scooping another bite of cereal into his mouth. Go ahead, I'll keep guard. He turns his back to the boy, facing the corner as he presses his ear to the door, continuing to eat. The vigilante starts with his contact, before pulling on all the new gear, the transformation taking only a few minutes. All right, you're good, he calls, opening the window as he sets his new boots outside for later. How do I look? Like a semi-professional vigilante in all might socks and not just someone who got their gear at a thrift store. Tsukachi gives him a playful smile as Midoriya huffs in mock offense. I'll have you know I got my old stuff from my closet and my pipe from a garbage dump, not that it's any of your business. Izuku isn't able to keep his lips from rising into a grin behind his mask. Wow, a garbage dump. That's some high-quality product you have there. I'm sorry if I offended you. The two send each other matching grins as Midoriya shoves his other clothes into his bag, leaning out the window to grab the shoes he'd came in to shove them upside down on top. Do you mind if I leave this here? I don't want to take it with me on patrol. I'll come back for it afterwards. That's fine. Tsukachi rolls over, taking the backpack from the boy and tucking it in his closet. Be safe out there, yeah? Villains aren't the only people more active during the day. Watch out for cops and heroes. It'd be a shame to waste all that drag money by getting caught immediately. He grins at the younger boy, amber eyes twinkling. Ah, you do care. With his new schedule, his vigilante activity rises exponentially. His first few daytime expeditions are stressful and he constantly worries about being recognized as Midoriya Izuku and not just Piper. But, surprisingly, the only thing outside of Piper that he gets mistaken for is a hero. There's an old woman on the first day that thanks him for his service, and on the third a little boy and his mom walk up to him asking if they can get a picture with him. At one point there's even an actual hero that Midoriya recognizes from his hero news site that waves at him thinking he's a new hero or something. He tries to stay out of sight, taking less crowded streets and sticking to alleys when he can, but he still manages to draw the eye. Boy takes picture with supposed hero, mother shocked to discover it was a vigilante. By Akihito Jun. August 3, 2231. The mother of a young 5-year-old hero fan is mortified after a shocking discovery. One afternoon in the last week of July, Yamazaki Sayuri and her son Shun come across a young man in what they assume is a pro-hero uniform. But it wasn't a hero either of them recognized. This did not deter the young Shun though, the 5-year-old excited by the aspect of meeting a new hero. At her son's insistence they approach the hero. Yamazaki asks if they'd be willing to take a picture with her son. In an interview I did with Yamazaki-san, she said that he seemed a little reluctant to answer at first. But she figured that it was because he was on patrol or because he'd never been approached by someone asking for a picture before. He said yes after my son asked him personally. We took our picture and left, and I didn't really think much about it afterwards. But after posting the image on her social media profile, she received a comment claiming that this so-called hero that she let her son take a picture with wasn't actually a hero. Instead, it was a vigilante. For this, I turned to the internet for more information. I was able to get in contact with the owner of a popular hero blog, Royal Viper OK, to help me piece this story together. Royal Viper, after some research, was able to confirm the hero's identity as that of an up-and-coming vigilante going by the name of Pied Piper. Viper explained over email that the vigilante had recently gained a new wardrobe, but that the staff-like pipe which could be seen in Yamazaki-san's picture was a clear indicator of who he is. Royal Viper OK confirmed to me that without a doubt this mysterious hero was in fact a vigilante and not just a low-ranked pro as Yamazaki-san and her son had originally believed. Royal Viper OK predicts that instances such as these aren't actually as uncommon as we believe. I'm sure that most people who look at Piper not knowing who he is would make the assumption that he's a hero. He can look the part to many and he doesn't give off the sinister aura that most criminals would. There aren't many active vigilantes anymore, and so the idea of their existence gets pushed to the backs of most people's minds. Because of this, the possibility that someone like Piper being recognized as something other than a hero are slim. Most people dismiss his existence after coming to the conclusion that he's not a villain, their minds equating the not villain signal with hero. Viper tells us that this specific vigilante has been much more active as of late, having only recently taken up a routine of patrolling during the day, which, as Royal Viper stated, was a bold move for any kind criminal. Really, if you think about it, Viper says in the last of our emails that it'd be easy for anyone to mistake someone like that for a pro-hero. I attempted to contact Young Shun's mother again for comment after sharing with her the information I received from Royal Viper OK, but as of yet, she has not been able to be reached. Yamazaki-san has since removed the picture from her profile. Copyright 2231 Muzutafu Hero Reporting, a division of Muzutafu Daily Network, LLC. Over the next few days Midoriya and Ryo meet up several more times, brainstorming ideas for a new mask and sharing stories from the vigilantes' patrols. At some point they come to the realization that they should exchange numbers. Originally the boy had never taken his phone with him on night patrols. But now that he was out during the day, he always worried his mother would try and contact him while he was out. Izuku had been flustered when Ryo has started listing off his contact info, struggling to keep up through his surprise and excitement because this is what friends do. Ryo masks his own excitement with an excuse, claiming that it's only to make sure you don't go off and die without telling me, which is a valid excuse. But he also enjoys the idea of being able to talk with the boy whenever he wants and not just when he decides to show up every day or two. Wikipedia. You home yet? Pipe-kun. Yeah. Just got back from patrol. Wikipedia. Your mom is out of town tonight, right? Pipe-kun. She's on a business trip. Wikipedia. My mom wants you over for dinner. I tried to warn you. You won't be able to escape family dinner. I already told her you were coming. I also finished making those smoke bombs, Sue. Midoriya pauses in pulling off his knee guards, staring down at his phone incredulous. Pipe-kun. You realize that the government reads this stuff, right? Wikipedia. You're not the only one with an untraceable phone. News. Dinner is at 6. See you here, smiley face. Pipe-kun. Fine. I'll be over in like 30 minutes. I have to finish changing. There's a moment of pause before another message comes through on Midoriya's phone. Wikipedia. You know, I just realized that your vigilante initials spell out PP. Wikipedia. Changed your nickname to PP. Do you want to die? Wikipedia changed your nickname to PP. Wikipedia. Smiley face. True to his word, Midoriya shows up at the boy's apartment some half-hour later, backpack stuffed with his gear for later that night. All right. Ryo stays, spinning around in his chair as soon as the vigilante crawls through the window. I was busy with finals, so I had to put them off for a while, but I finished them. It's literally been less than a week since finals, Midoriya says, looking up. And? The teen slides in his chair to his other workshop table. I've only made 3 so far, so use them sparingly. The 15-year-old laughs, excited but unsurprised as he walks up to meet the other boy. Tsukachi picks up a utility belt, 3 tubular objects strapped in on one side. I figured you'd need something to hold them as well, so I made a belt as well. It also has room for future projects I'm planning on, and they match your shoes. Ryo doesn't miss the nebula that forms inside of the vigilante's polychrome eyes at seeing his latest project. They're all smoke bombs right now, but I was thinking I could make a few flashbangs later on. How did you even get the materials for these? Izuku asks, reverently taking the belt from his friend to inspect it. I didn't think you had any drag money, he jokes, amazed smile pulling at his lips. My school supplies any and all materials I need for any of my projects. Smoke grenades aren't basic staple in our department, so it won't raise any eyebrows either. Make sure you put them to good use, yeah? The vigilante gives the 17-year-old a giddy grin. Yeah. Ms. Tsukachi's head peeks through the teen's door as Izuku scrambles to shove new equipment into his bag. Rio, do you know when Oh, she pauses, spying the 15-year-old. You do realize that you don't have to come in through the window, correct? Midoriya gives her a nervous smile. Old habits die hard, I'm afraid. She holds out her hand for the boy to shake and Rio tenses at his side. Do you normally climb through people's windows? They shake hands, the woman's own still damp with dishwater. Usually just my own. His own words catch him by surprise and Rio lets out a near inaudible hiss. There's a distant memory that surfaces at the event, Rio's words coming back to him. Any questions she asks you'll be forced to answer truthfully. From their position they can all hear the knock that sounds at the front door. Midoriya nearly collapses in relief when the woman turns away, attention taken elsewhere. Oh, Rio, go get the door. That must be your uncle. Tsukachi's amber eyes widen as she walks back towards the kitchen. Sheet. Rio hisses. Midoriya looks over at him, startled by the outburst. I didn't know he was coming. He quickly turns to the younger boy, grabbing him by the shoulders. Whatever you do, don't lie. His grip tightens. Don't lie about anything. Whatever you do, don't lie. His grip tightens. Don't lie about anything. If you don't know what to say, then let me answer. Their eyes lock and there's just something so desperate and fearful that flares through them, begging for the younger boy to understand. Izuku can only nod in response, shocked by the way the teen was reacting. Rio searches his eyes for something. Whatever he sees there must satisfy him because he gives the green-haired boy's shoulders one last squeeze before he drops his hold and steps out of his room. Midoriya tails Tsukachi through the apartment, nerves rising after Rio's vague warning. Is this his mom's brother? His mom's quirk forces you to tell the truth. I wonder if his uncle's is similar? Izuku eyes the 17-year-old warily as they get closer to the front door. Is that why he told me not to lie? Will something happen if I do? Will it activate something? Rio glances behind him quickly, another silent warning in his amber eyes before they reach the front door and the boy pulls it open. Aji-san, Mom just told me you were coming. She always forgets to mention me to you. The man is blocked by Tsukachi's figure, but his voice sends something slithering at the back of the boy's mind. There's a soft laugh. Sometimes I think that's her actual quirk. A hand ruffles the boy's black hair as Rio slides to the side, letting the man through the door as he steps out of his shoes. Aji-san, this is my friend Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya, this is my uncle Naomasa. The green-eyed boy lets out a startled choking sound. Detective Tsukachi. Midoriya-san. The man looks just as startled to see the boy there as Izuku does. I'll be honest, this is the last place I would have expected to see you again. It had been over a month since the detective had shown up at their dojo asking questions about his vigilante persona. Sweat beads along the boy's brow. Did I lie during that? I'm sure I did. Can he tell when I lie? He sends Rio a worried glance. Is that his quirk? Is that why you told me not to lie? I can certainly say the same, he manages, choking the words out with a nervous smile, hoping the fear does show in his eyes. Rio looks between the two, surprised. He doesn't ask anything, but the boy's question is obvious enough. We met at my dojo a few weeks ago. Naomasa nods. He made quite the entrance. Midoriya flushes. I assume it wasn't the best first impression. The man chuckles. It certainly made you memorable. Being memorable is a bad thing. But it's been a month and I haven't been arrested yet, so whatever his quirk is, it must not have tipped him off to me being Piper. I could still be a suspect though. Rio sends him a worried glance from the corner of his eyes. But he doesn't seem like someone who just walked in and saw a vigilante suspect standing in his sister's house. Well, the 17-year-old says loudly, clearing the previous conversation. That makes introductions easy. Now I think Mom should be just about done cooking. So why don't we head in? Someone's excited, Naomasa says chuckling. Did your mom make Obasan's Hayashi rice? Rio winks, shooting the man a set of finger guns. That would be correct. If Midoriya wasn't busy swallowing back his nerves, he'd have been swallowing back laughter at the boy's showy display he was putting on. The 17-year-old glances at Izuku, worried as he leads the older man into the kitchen. Mom, Uncle Naomasa is here. The detective shoos Rio towards his own seat as he sits down. Misaki sets down a large bowl of rice next to the pot with the mixture of hashed beef. Mikado called and said she wasn't coming, so it's just us again. Midoriya's nerves are slowly unwinding. If I think about it logically, if he even so much as suspected me after that first meeting, then he wouldn't be acting so relaxed right now. Izuku takes a seat next to his friend, only giving the teen a subtle nod when he mouths a "You okay?" at him. And it's true. At least for now. So, Rio introduced you to Midoriya-kun then? The woman asks as they all fill their plates. Naomasa makes a noise of agreement as he takes a helping of rice. We've actually met before during an investigation. The woman's brow rises, passing the beef hash ladle to her son. I hope it wasn't because he was caught climbing through a window? Midoriya splutters, faces flushing a beet red as he looks up at the woman wide-eyed. She only grins at him mischievously. There was never any doubt that she and Rio were related, but this dissolves any and all arguments one could ever have against it. When his friend looks over at him, he wears a similar grin, though his is much more strained. Rio's mother is leading the conversation into dangerous territory. Naomasa looks around the table, confused. Am I missing something? Midoriya is the friend you caught sneaking out of Rio's window. The detective pauses mid-bites, looking between the two boys. Oh, the noise sounds startled. So, did you know I was Rio's uncle when we met at your dojo then? This is one thing I certainly don't have to lie about. I thought you might be related when Officer Fujimori introduced you, but that was only because of your name. Naomasa hums in response, nodding along. So, how did you two meet anyway? You two are a few years apart, aren't you? Fujimori-san said you were only 15, Midoriya-kun. Both adults look between the two of them. Did you meet at school? In any other situation, such a lie would be an easy out. All you would have had to do was agree. We met at school is easy enough to pass off and people don't question it too much. But at the moment they were sitting across from two human lie detectors. One of which was only on a touch-activated basis, but the other, the more dangerous of the two, had unknown activation parameters. Midoriya takes a sip of water, signaling that Tsukachi should be the one to answer for them. Rio laughs, scratching at the back of his head. He just kind of fell out of the sky. Izuku sputters, choking on his drink. Are you okay, Midoriya-kun? Izuku coughs, setting his drink down as Tsukachi pats his back a few times. I'm fine, he wheezes, trying to catch his breath. Sorry. It took a few weeks to get to know each other, Rio says, taking the spotlight off the younger boy as he tries to steer the conversation into safer waters, but we eventually became good friends. So, how long have you known each other then? Misaki asks, taking a bite of her food. About 2.5 months now? Tsukachi replies, looking towards Midoriya for confirmation. He only nods in agreement, taking another sip of water to help him recover. After that they fall into casual conversation between their bites of food. Things about what school he goes to and a few things about Muay Thai. Midoriya, have you ever participated in any martial arts competitions? Naomasa looks genuinely curious. The 15-year-old looks up from his bite of rice. No, sir. I joined the dojo to teach me how to fight so I could become a hero. I never saw the point in pointlessly hurting someone for a medal. So I take it you applied for a hero school then? Misaki asks, squeezing into the conversation. Rio shoots him a worried glance. The boy knows it's a touchy subject, knows it's a painful topic for his friend. Midoriya's lips pull into a sad smile at the question. Yeah, I did. Izuku takes another bite of food, preventing the man from directing any follow-up questions as they all go back to eating. Naomasa is mid-bite when his phone buzzes. He pauses at the noise. Sorry. He slips a phone from his pocket, looking at the screen as he stands up. This is work, Just give me a moment. The detective slips down the hall, his words inaudible over the clinking of silverware against porcelain. He comes back a few moments later, a harried look on his face and the edges of his lips tilted down. Sorry everyone, I'm afraid I'll have to leave early. Rio's mom looks up from her food, slightly vexed. You haven't even finished eating. It's Piper, he replies, shoving his phone back into his pocket. Evidently someone just spotted him a few blocks from here. Midoriya stills. Rice halfway into his mouth. But, I've been here for the past half hour? He and Rio share a worried glance as the man swipes his keys off the table. Misaki huffs. Mikado couldn't make it and now here you are leaving 30 minutes in. You know I'm the lead detective on the Piper case, I've got to be there. I'll make it up to you though. I'll drag Mikado here myself next time if I have to. Misaki's scowl softens. You better. I'm going to hold you to that, Mr. Detective. Izuku had managed to slowly calm himself down throughout their dinner, no longer as worried about being caught lying about something important. But now, Midoriya freezes, heart spluttering in his chest. This case? What the hell is he talking about? Is that why he was at the dojo? Because Piper his case? Midoriya's eyes zip towards Rio, something sour welling in his chest, lapping at the base of his sun, threatening to extinguish its flames. He calmly takes another bite of beef, chopsticks trembling ever so slightly between his fingers. The meat tastes like rot in his mouth. He feels like throwing up. Naomasa nods in the boy's direction. It was nice seeing you again, Midoriya-kun. Izuku swallows food bite, nodding absently. You too, detective. After the man leaves, the three finish eating in relative silence. Misaki leaving shortly after in order to catch a night shift at the hospital, the two boys left to clean up the remnants of dinner. They wash dishes quietly, Rio sending his friend worried glances, thought out the entire ordeal until he finally speaks. Midoriya, are you okay? You seem kind of out of eye. He cuts the teen off, gently setting the plate in his hands down. Why? The word is quiet, a raw, barely there whisper. Why? Rio repeats, confused. Why what? Midoriya tries to keep his voice down, but his son hurts. Why didn't you tell me your uncle was the detective trying to hunt me down? Midoriya hisses, eyes blown wide with fear and adrenaline and betrayal. He can't help the tears that burn at the corners of his eyes, the pressure from trying to hold them back bringing with it a headache. Tsukachi's eyes widen with sudden realization. Midoriya, let me explain. There's hurt in the teen's voice, but the vigilante can't hear it over the sound of crackling flame. The sun in his chest flares with anger, flames lighting up the sides of his ribcage. It blackens his bones and sizzles his flesh, fat popping like hot oil as his insides are scorched. Smoke fills his lungs and his throat and his head, making it hard to breathe, hard to think. Izuku turns, not letting the other boy finish. He walks from the room and back into Tsukachi's room, grabbing his bag from the floor and striding towards the window as Rio calls for him to come back. Tsukachi reaches out a hand, gently taking hold of the younger boy's forearm. But Midoriya jars himself away, throwing up the window and slipping out. Rio doesn't try to follow him. Izuku knows he should be worried. This was a ploy. This entire friendship was a ploy. He should be worried because Tsukachi knows that he's Piper, and he knows his name, his face, knows who his mother is. He should be worried that this is where his vigilantism would end, where his life would end. But all he can think of is the betrayal burning hot in his chest. The flames crackle with the voice of his inner demon. He grabs his shoes and his pipe from the fire escape and climbs the ladder to the roof up, not bothering to tug his sneakers back on. How did you expect anything else? Who would be friends with? Someone as useless as you? His tears burn like acid in his eyes. You, who is so easily manipulated. You who cannot think for himself. You is no more useful than a parasite. He makes it to the roof, looking out over this small part of Mizudafu through blurred eyes. How did you fool yourself into thinking that you could save the world? Bakuga's words comes back to him then, the demon taking up a twisted version of the blonde's voice. Do the world a favor and rid it of your uselessness. Just take a swan dive from the roof. The buildings along the skyline before him are silhouetted by the coming of twilight. The distant chatter of people and cars and life barely able to reach his ears from here. His tears extinguish the rampaging flames of his son, his anger suffocating beneath a wave of hurt. His chest cavity floods with pain and countless indescribable emotions that slosh up the sides of his charred ribcage. It's hard to breathe again, lungs unable to expand. It's hard in a way that he'd become all too familiar with growing up. Midoriya chokes back a sob, pressing a hand over his mouth. I can't do this now. He shakes the voices off as best he can, still drowning under his emotions, but trying the best he can to collect himself as he swipes at his eyes. He sets his bag down to pull out his vigilante gear and quickly changes, trying to redirect his thoughts. It's not quite dark yet. He'd been expecting to stay at Rio's for longer, but his chest flares, heart cracking like sun-baked clay. Tsukachi's belt sits on top of all his other gear and his hands shake when he picks it up. He takes in an unsteady breath before setting it to the side and pulling everything else out. He'd save that for last. After he pulls his gloves on, Midoriya glances down at the belt, conflicted. He can't deny that it'd be useful in emergency situations, but he also can't rule out the possibility that the grenades are rigged or being tracked. Midoriya thinks that, at the very least, Tsukachi wouldn't want to see him hurt. If the police show up at any point, all I have to do is ditch the belt. His fingers tremble as he goes to buckle it around his waist. He's high on a cocktail of pain and betrayal, and doing a patrol right now feels dangerous. Feels like he's about to drive a motorcycle under the influence. Only the bike he's on is named Piper. It's a poor decision, but his high-strung nerves demand for a way to release their pent-up energy. His son sings with betrayal, calling for the enactment of justice in the only way he knows how. But he finds that there's no way for him to enact it. For the first time, when his mind desperately cries for the arrival of a villain, none show up. There's no one to save, no one to protect, no one to help. The world doesn't need you. It never needed you. He's desperate to shut the voice up, desperate to prove it wrong. He curses, wildly swinging his pipe at an alley wall. The loud clang it sends out serving as a warning bell, signaling his rising emotions. Tears of frustration curl at the corners of his eyes as he crouches. He sends a hand out to steady himself against the wall, gloved fingertips digging into the brickwork. He was right about the motorcycle analogy. Tears threaten to slip down his cheeks, and he's barely suppressing the urge to cry when there's a voice from the other end of the alley. Usually I wouldn't come out this far, but the police seemed pretty desperate to catch you. The owner of the voice sounds tired, bored even. Midoriya whips himself up into a defensive position. It's long past dark now, several hours having already passed since he'd left Rio's apartment. They called me out to this area to keep a lookout for you. The man's stance looks casual, but the vigilante can see the way his muscles are tensed, body ready to move at a moment's notice. I'll be honest though, I didn't expect I'd actually end up finding you. He wants to swipe at the tears hanging in his eyes, but doing so would let the man know he'd been crying. He might take it as a sign of weakness. The man's eyes glow red behind the slits of the goggles he wears, and his hair floats like it's defying gravity. Piper's eyes widen in realization. It's Eraserhead. During his time at the dojo, Midoriya had done his research on heroes who fought with non-offensive quirks. At the time there had been a list almost as long as the offensive type, but none had stood out to him so much as the one that stands before him. Despite having an amazing quirk, Eraserhead essentially fought quirkless, and that alone had been enough to awe the boy. It had always given him hope for his own future as a hero. They stand before each other now, two sides of the same coin, but both on opposite sides of the jail cell Midoriya can suddenly see looming in his future. While the hero's quirk is useless on him, it in no way puts the man at a disadvantage. I need to get out of here. He has more experience fighting than I do. A fight with him would be stilted in his favor. The hero's hands wrap around his capture weapon, almost as if he can hear the boy's inner thoughts. Midoriya curses internally. This is literally the worst day I've had since that med letter. His heart wrenches, mind whirling with past memories and possible escape plans. I could have been in one of your classes. The words surprise both parties, the vigilante's pied eyes widening as the hero raises a brow. Izuku curses. Seriously, how much does fate have to hate me for it to end up like this? The vigilante murmurs quietly, just loud enough for the hero to hear. I was hoping we'd meet in a more civil setting. His eyes burn again, his free hand clenching in a fist at his side. I seriously need to get out of here. I don't stand a chance against him. Come with me and we can do that. Piper glances up, a sad smile pulling at his lips. You know I can't do that, Eraserhead. The hero sighs, it was worth a try at least. Without any further warning, the man sends his capture weapon out. Midoriya doesn't have enough time to dodge it, instead bringing up his pipe to take the brunt of the attack. It loops around his weapon, threatening to rip it from his grasp. The vigilante tightens his grip, the gecko-like palms of the gloves he'd gotten from Jiren helping him keep his hold. Eraserhead uses the opportunity to get in closer, but doing so also shortens the distance between their weapons. The hold on Piper's staff slackens, giving the vigilante ample time to send the free end of the staff in a sweeping arc, flinging the capture weapon off and keeping the hero at bay. Midoriya pants quietly, heart racing in his chest as he desperately attempts to analyze the situation. He's not just a hero. He has students my age. It wasn't long ago that I dreamed of being one of your students. Something in his chest twists, his rejection letter flashing in the back of his mind. And yet, his voice cracks ever so slightly, a cocktail of fear and hurt rising to a boil between his ribs. I need to get his eyes off me. The boy pauses suddenly, choking on his next words. The smoke bombs. He makes eye contact with the man, red and green meeting crimson. Dreaming got me nowhere. It's a harsh statement for him, so unlike his usual self. Unseen, just outside the hero's peripheral, the boy fiddles with one of the smoke bombs at his hip, thankful beyond belief that he'd decided on wearing the belt. He keeps talking, maintaining the man's attention on his face. The world's a cruel place, as I'm sure you've realized, the boy says, and it crushed those dreams long before they'd even been given a chance. There's a pause. I'd never realized how fragile dreams were. He'd been unstable long before the man had walked into the alley, and the words he's saying now are dredging up memories he'd rather forget. Memories of the letter resurfaces, the emotions from that day, the disappointment and pain, welling up to mix with his already confusing slew of emotions. They flood his chest cavity, constricting his heart. There's just so much pain. It's the world we live in, we have to deal with it. Eraserhead can see the vigilante's shoulder tense at his words. You're right, and this is how I chose to deal with it. There are too many people that are born with the right heart, but not the necessary quirk, just as there are too many people born with the right quirk and the wrong heart. He clenches his jaw, features twisting, and Aizawa can see the hurt look that's painted in the vigilante's polychrome eyes, can see the open wound where the kid's heart should be. I just want to save people. There's a small pop and green smoke fills the alley, stinging the hero's eyes and cutting off his line of sight. Aizawa curses, blindly whipping out his capture weapon into the haze in hopes of it latching onto the boy. It doesn't. And by the time the wind clears the smoke enough for him to see, the vigilante is already gone. The only evidence he'd even been there, the afterimage of their pained expression painted across the backs of the hero's eyelids. Sheet. Naomasa pinches at the bridge of his nose. So after going through all of that, it was a false sighting? Sansa grimaces. Yes, sir. Kono Yori is a plumbing apprentice with a company called Toshin Plumbing. A teen got excited when they saw him carrying a piece of pipe into an apartment building and made the call. The detective sighs, running a hand through his hair as he begins pacing. Our Muay Thai lead didn't pan out as we'd hoped. Out of all the people we ended up talking to, 47 matched Piper's physique, 29 had been involved in spontaneous vigilantism cases, and 23 either lied or had no sound alibi for their whereabouts on the 30th. Before that we had 0 suspects though, Sansa reminds him. It could have been anyone in the city at that point. Naomasa stops next to the officer, taking in a deep breath. You're right. It's not ideal, but it's still something. We're getting closer. In his pocket his phone buzzes, answering it as he moves back towards his vehicle. Muzutafu Police, Quirk Crimes Division, Detective Tsukachi speaking. Detective, you're playing lead on the Pied Piper case, correct? Naomasa pulls the phone away from his ear for a moment, checking the caller ID. Eraserhead. I heard they'd sent you over to help, and yes, I'm playing lead. But I just ran into Piper and I've got some things I'm sure you'd like to hear. Before you leave, my friend made art for this chapter. Go leave it some love. Trash for Toto chapter text. Thursday 3:46 a.m. Wikipedia. Midoriya? Please let me explain. Thursday 4:27 a.m. Wikipedia. Did you get home safe? Thursday 8:53 a.m. Wikipedia. I don't know if you're awake yet or not, but I really need to talk to you. Thursday 3:02 p.m. Wikipedia. I can see that you're reading these. Can I call you? Thursday 7:24 p.m. Wikipedia. Be safe on your patrol tonight. Friday 3:31 a.m. Wikipedia. Did everything go okay? Midoriya throws himself into his vigilante work, not letting Tsukachi's betrayal slow him down. While he himself is drowning underneath his broiling emotions, he reminds himself that he's not the only one and that there are people to save. He reminds himself that he has more obstacles to overcome, more distance cover, more piers to pass. So, he starts with an unusual missing persons case. It's something difficult to keep his attention. Midoriya slides the clothes in his closet to the side, studying the spread of information laid out before him. It wasn't much at the moment, just an incomplete police report, few social media posts, and the occasional word on the street sticky note he's put up. The boy had only started gathering information on the case a few weeks before the other night. But despite how little he had, one thing was certain. His eyes roamed the scattered pages tapped to his wall. It was a group, and the man he was looking for wasn't the only one to have disappeared. In recent years, the role of the Yakuza had become a fickle thing after the ascent of heroes and villains. Their place had been taken with groups and individuals far more sinister than themselves. But looking at the evidence the 15-year-old has now, he understands that not all groups had faded out as had been originally thought. Friday 11:24 a.m. Wikipedia. I understand that you need time, but please just let me know that you're safe. It's really not what you're thinking. Just give me a chance to explain. Name: Kogen Gizo. Age 34. Quirk: Midas Touch. Missing since June 21st. Case status: suspended. He was most likely taken for his quirk. Izuku uses his pen to scratch at a spot on the back of his head. So, we're looking for a group that needs funding of some sort? Or just someone who's greedy? Izuku places a sticky note next to the page of the man's missing poster with some additional information. The sister made a public post about finding his apartment broken into, but said nothing had been taken. So, it can be assumed that he didn't just leave, but his case was suspended after only a few days. It's a group with a bit of influence then. But if he really was taken for his quirk, then whatever their reason is, there should be a trail of some sorts. I doubt they just hoarded the money he'd bring in, they want it for something. So, Midoriya steps backwards, perching himself on the edge of his bed as he takes in his makeshift theory board. I just need to find out where they're spending it all. On his nightstand, his phone buzzes with a new text notification. He doesn't spare it a glance. Maybe Jiren will know something? Saturday 3:59 a.m. Wikipedia. You okay? Midoriya sighs, flipping open the phone the broker had given him. It still only has one contact. He dials the man's number, waiting for him to pick up. Jiren answers before the second ring. Piper, I'm surprised, he drawls. Don't tell me you're in need of new gear already? No. The vigilante shakes his head. No new gear yet. The man lets out a low hum. Then, to what do I owe the pleasure? You're a broker, Jiren, Midoriya replies instead of answering. I was wondering if you deal in information as well. The vigilante already knows the answer to the question, but he needs to hear from Villain as well. There's a pause where neither of them speak, the only sound the smoky exhale that Jiren lets out on the other side of the line. You have to understand that for someone of your nature, the man drawls, that my answer is going to vary depending on what it is you're asking for. Midoriya paces back towards his closet, pushing his clothes further to the side. Kogen Gizo. He has a quirk that turns anything he touches for an extended PRD of time into gold. He's been missing for 7 weeks. I've got info that points to a Yakuza group being responsible, so I'm looking for a large influx of funds for an organization with enough influence and connections to pull something like this off. Jiren leans back quietly in his chair. You'll have to give me some time for something like that. But you realize that if I find that there is no conflict of interest, the man trails off with a silent grin. The vigilante huffs a laugh. Rest assured, if you're willing to share the information, then I've got the money for it. Sunday 2:16 a.m. Wikipedia. So I thought of some more gear I could make for you. I know you were complaining about that broker guy not getting you weapons. I was thinking about something electrified, but I don't know if that's something you'd want. Midoriya peels off his vigilante uniform, tucking everything away where his mom won't find it. He perches himself on the edge of his bed, staring into his closet. From here he can study all the information he's gathered on Kogen Gizo. He'd gone to talk to the sister that afternoon during his first patrol. She'd been surprisingly helpful. He could tell she was desperate to find her brother. It was bordering on 2 months that he'd been missing, and as far as he could tell, the police hadn't done anything to find him since day 3. Midoriya sighs, glancing down at the small gash on his arm. It wasn't very big and it was only deep enough to bleed, but a few centimeters over and woman's quirk could have caused some actual damage. I should really be more careful, he murmurs, falling back into his bed to study the ceiling. I don't know if I'd trust Jiren to patch me up. Sunday 7:05 a.m. Wikipedia. I couldn't sleep at all last night. Hope you slept better than me. Sunday 12:45 p.m. Wikipedia. I saw an article about you earlier. I thought it was pretty funny. If you want me to link it to you. Piper. Jiren drawls. Good news for you, my friend. I've got a name for you. The vigilante pushes himself up, phone pressed to his ear as he checks the restraints on his latest capture. Oh, 500,000 yen. Midoriya curses internally, swiping at his brow. He'd talked big game the other day, but in reality his earlier shopping spree had taken a large chunk from his spending money. That's quite the amount for just a name, Jiren. It'd take him a bit to rebuild the funds for it. I had to call in quite a few favors for this, Jiren says, leaning back in his desk chair with a grin. I'm running a business here, kid, gotta make a living somehow. The vigilante sighs, resisting the urge to run a hand through his hair as he starts pacing. It'll take a few days then. Will you be willing to wait? For 500 grand? He surmises, a Cheshire smile gracing the broker's lips. Of course. Monday 9:38 a.m. Wikipedia. Morning. Monday 6:37 p.m. Wikipedia. How was patrol? Piper glances down at the man in disbelief. Literally, why do you need this much money on you? There's at least 200,000 yen here. Business is booming, what can I say? The drag dealer says with a nervous laugh. How about this? You take the money, and in return you let me go. The vigilante's brow rises. Or I take the money and let the police deal with you and all of the drag paraphernalia on your person. The man spits a few curses, his fear rising as he tugs at his restraints. How are you any better than me? Stealing all my hard-earned money? The vigilante scowls. Money that you earned by preying on who knows how many people with drag addiction. That stuff you have on you isn't something to play with. It's highly addictive and ruins people's lives. Midoriya spits, brows snapping together as he drops into a crouch in front of the man. But this? He hisses, waving the wad of cash in his hands. What I'm doing? This is going to help me solve a missing persons case. It's going to help save lives, not destroy them. Tuesday 3:51 a.m. Wikipedia. Midoriya. Please say something. Tuesday 4:23 a.m. Wikipedia. Midoriya. I want to apologize in person, but I doubt you'd agree to that. I hope you're still awake. I'm going to call just. Please pick up. Midoriya lies in bed, staring up at his ceiling in the barely there dawn light. His phone lights up on the nightstand next to him, buzzing quietly on the wooden table. His heart squeezes in his chest. The boy lets his eyes close as the phone rings on. He pulls his bed sheets up further up, rolling onto his side to face the wall. Eventually the phone stops ringing. Wednesday 2:42 a.m. Wikipedia. I can't stand this anymore. I need to make sure you're okay. We're friends. I'd never lie to you about that. I just want to make sure you're safe. Please just pick up. Midoriya lays in his bed, staring at his screen for a while and debating whether or not to answer the call. He lets it buzz quietly before he finally gives out and taps his thumb against the answer button. Hello? Midoriya? He doesn't reply. Midoriya? There's a moment of silence on Ryo's end, waiting for the boy to respond. He doesn't. I guess I'll just assume that you're listening. There's a sigh on the other end of the line as Izuku puts the phone on speaker, quietly setting it down on his nightstand. You're angry at me, right? His voice is pained. I get that. I betrayed your trust and probably want to know if I knew, right? There's a long pause. I did know. The fire in Midoriya's chest swells and shrinks, the flames rising and falling like the tide. Angry one moment and hurt the next. I kept something like that from you when I shouldn't have, and I'm a terrible friend for it. But I want you to know that I never had the intention of telling my uncle anything about you. I never lied to you, Midoriya. But I withheld the truth about him, and that's just as bad. You trusted me and I broke that. Ryo takes in a shaky breath on the other end of the line. I was scared to tell you at first because we didn't know each other very well, and if I'd said anything you would have left and never came back. And then, once we got close enough, I was worried that you'd think I'd been faking everything from the start. The sound of clothes rustling filters through the speaker. Which you did. But that shouldn't have been my decision to make for you. You being around me all the time like we were put you at risk, and it's not fair that you didn't know just because I was too scared to tell you. There was that time my uncle almost caught you in my room and again at dinner last week. You could have gotten caught and it would have been no one's fault but my own. The younger boy holds his breath, rolling onto his back to stare at the shadows on his ceiling. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I don't expect you to forgive me or anything. I wanted you to know that I'm still your friend and that I'm still here for you no matter what. Even if it's selfish of me to say so. There's a moment of silence before Midoriya's voice filters through the speaker in a barely there whisper. All the pain and hurt he'd been made to feel seeping into his lungs, choking his words. You're a genius. Ryo exiges in a sharp breath on the other end of the line, not saying anything. But you're also an idiot. The older boy lets out a quiet, pained laugh. Yeah, I am. You really hurt me. Midoriya throws an arm over his eyes, pushing back tears. Tsukachi's voice softens. I know. Don't do it again. There's a moment of silence as Ryo leans back in his seat, phone pressed to his ear. His own heart aches. I won't. Our Vigilantes, posted by you_useless kids 2 weeks ago. Pied Piper's quirk? 162 upvotes. Okay, so Pied Piper has been pretty popular for a while now, but we still don't know what his quirk is? Like there's been a lot of new footage of him recently, but as far as I know we still don't have any evidence of what kind of quirk he has? I've seen theories that relate it back to his vigilante name, but honestly I don't think that's true. So I'm wondering what everyone else thinks. Local Stone Nerd, 153 points, 1 week ago. I was thinking about this too, TBH, and when looking at all the videos I was thinking that it could either be some sort of minor strength or speed enhancement. But I mean, it could always be a mental quirk? It would explain why we haven't seen any evidence of one at least. I mean, there's that one hero Night Eye that has foresight, and I know a few famous scientists that have intelligence quirks, so it's not a crazy leap or anything. Katsueiji, 38 points, 1 week ago. It's the rats, he can control the rats. Saturday 3:10 a.m. Wikipedia. Good morning. Rat Tamer. It's literally 3 a.m. Wikipedia. Exactly. So it's morning. Anyway, I was thinking about what we could. Smiley face. Rat Tamer. Mildly terrified, but okay. Wikipedia. So what do you think? Something with a taser option, smiley face. What about a new staff? No, something like that would be hard to balance. Rat Tamer. Couldn't you just make a taser? Wikipedia. What would be the fun in that? That's boring. You're supposed to give me good ideas. Rat Tamer. Eskrima sticks? I'm trying to think of something that I actually have a decent enough understanding to be able to use. Wikipedia. View. Want me to make you sticks? Rat tamer. Sticks? Wikipedia. Sticks it is. Rat tamer. And will you change my name? Understand what you're doing now. I've seen the posts. Wikipedia. And EVR. It takes a few more days for Midoriya to build up the courage to actually go back to Ryo's apartment, scared of being hurt again. But he misses his friend, misses the easy conversations and the scheming and the laughing. He misses crawling through his window to talk about patrols and come up with ideas for new inventions. He misses him. So, on Monday afternoon he tugs on his cargo pants and shoves all his other gear into his backpack once again. He waves goodbye to his teary-eyed mother after telling her he's going to a friend's and heads for Ryo's with his pipe shoved back down his pants leg. Monday 2:35 p.m. Rat tamer. What's your apartment number? Wikipedia. Rat tamer. Your apartment number. I need it. Wikipedia. 6012? Why do you need it? Hello? Monday 2:43 p.m. Rat tamer. I'm at your front door. Ryo throws open the door moments later after making a mad dash for the entryway, eyes wide. You're at the door. Midoriya nods, a sheepish smile on his lips. I'm at the door. Why? I figured I owed your mom for dinner. It takes a while for them to fall back into their old roles, the two of them tiptoeing around each other for the better half of an hour. But it only lasts for as long as it takes for one of them to crack a joke. Midoriya pushes himself up, walking towards Tsukachi's desks to pick up one of the blueprints sprawled across the table, studying the design in an attempt to disperse some of the tension. A grappling hook? He glances towards the older teen, brow raised. Ryo turns to him, humming in confirmation. I got to watching some pre-Quirk-era spy movies the other day. I'm making it for you, but I'm not quite sure what you'd use it for. I figured it'd come in handy at some point though. He grins softly at the younger boy. After all, there's not always a fire escape to save you. Izuku Mine takes only a moment to register the joke before he takes on a mock solemn tone, playing along, do not doubt their numbers. One cannot deny that I have been saved by such creations more than a few times. Midoriya starts counting off incidents on his fingers, shedding his stately facade. At least 5 times? Most recently with my Eraserhead encounter. Also, Midoriya exclaims, whipping towards Ryo, the smoke was green? Tsukachi grins at him. Did you like it? The other two are purple and orange. I had to resist the urge to put glitter in them, so it could have been worse if my self-control had been any lower than it already was. The green-haired boy huffs a laugh, setting the blueprint back down as he plops himself back on Ryo's bed. Thank you for restraining yourself. I ended up changing back into civilian clothes once I got back to street level for safety, but glitter is like a lifelong disease once it's on you. A smile blooms across Izuku's face. Can you imagine if you'd actually done that and Eraserhead somehow managed to find me again? Why no? Mr. Eraserhead, sir. I am not the one you are looking for. You see, I just got back from a rave. A rave? Tsukachi exclaims, laughter seeping into his voice. A rave. Izuku confirms, grinning as he pushes himself up from the bed, excitement replacing any nerves he may have had before. I somehow managed to convince him that I'm not lying and get away, and I have to embrace the glitter because it just never goes away. Glinting in the darkest nights. Pied Piper. Midoriya strikes a pose before whipping a finger out to point at some unseen enemy. Watashi Jikita assholes. Step away from the young lady. His performance earns a round of applause and a laugh from his friend. I don't know. That right there seemed like it suited you rather well. Maybe I would have been doing you a favor. Ryo gives him a mischievous grin that tells the 15-year-old he's rethinking his earlier decision. Midoriya is vibrant. His viridescent eyes sparkling with a life in which they hadn't in a long while. It brings Tsukachi some relief to see his friend back the way he used to be. And Izuku can see the happiness, the relief, seeping through Ryo's own eyes. Midoriya stretches in Tsukachi's other desk chair, scooting it back in the process as he makes to stand up. You leaving already? Ryo asks, casting a glance over his shoulder. Izuku nods. Yeah. I've got to meet up with Jiren. It's for that missing persons case I told you about a few weeks ago. It turned out to be a pretty big operation, so I got him to do some information gathering for me. Midoriya pats at one of the larger cargo pockets on his pants. I've got to go finish the exchange. Tsukachi turns away from their blueprint's plate of food in his hands as he raises a brow. I thought you didn't like that guy? The teen shoves another bite of chicken into his mouth, watching his friend expectantly. I don't, Midoriya replies, pulling out his vigilante gear to change into. But I ran into a dead end. I don't have the means or resources necessary to figure out who took him. I might have been able to do it without him, but it's already been 2 months since the guy disappeared. I can't afford to take my time on this. Ryo rolls his chair towards the door, taking his lunch with him as he goes to guard it while Midoriya changes. Be safe then. Call the police if anything goes wrong. I'd rather you be a snitch than dead or something. Izuku tugs the bulletproof vest over his chest, pulling his hoodie on after it. I don't like the guy, but he doesn't seem like the type to set up the people he's working with. Villainous loyalty? Ryo asks, mumbling around the food in his mouth. Something like that. The vigilante agrees as he slips his contact in. He tugs his gloves on and buckles Ryo's belt around his waist. A light, we're good. Tsukachi turns around, but keeps his ear close to the door, listening for signs of his mother. As long as you don't get hurt. I'd rather not have you show up at my windowsill bleeding anymore. He shoves a bite of rice into his mouth, speaking around it. It's nerve-wracking, you know. The teen gives him a chubby-cheeked smirk as the vigilante crawls out the window with a huff of laughter. You should try being out there then. I've never been more nervous than that first daylight patrol. I literally thought I was going to throw up on at least 3 separate occasions. Ryo rolls back towards his desk, grinning. Only 3? I nearly vomited 4 times just during my high school entrance exam alone. Midoriya tugs on his spiked boots out on the fire escape. Sounds intense. Izuku laughs, standing up again to grab his pipe. Sorry to keep doing this to you, but can you hang on to my other stuff? I'll swing by and grab it later. No problem. The vigilante starts making his way down the stairs, pausing to call back up to his friend, don't forget about my shoes at the door. Midoriya pulls out his phone from one of the pockets on his pants, dialing the broker's number. Jiren, Piper says, foregoing any other greetings, I'm on my way to your warehouse. Midoriya can hear a wicked grin that pushes the corners of the man's lips into a gap-toothed smile. It'll be a pleasure doing business with you again, Piper-san. Your quirk reblogged Rosemeadow. GIF 1. Pied Piper, deadpan with dark circles underneath his eyes, throwing finger guns at the camera. GIF 2. Villain says, I won't let a kid beat me. Piper proceeds to throat punch said villain. GIF 3. Fuzzy footage of Pied Piper at the top of a building, waving at someone. Video pans to several police officers below. GIF 4. Pied Piper, running towards a group of villains, yelling, Watashi Jikita assholes. GIF 5. Teenager videoing himself. Behind him, Pied Piper awkwardly throws up a peace sign as he ties up an unconscious criminal. Babies. Can we be best friends PL-ISI? Hashtag vigilantes, hashtag vigilante, hashtag Pied Piper, hashtag we would actually be best friends, hashtag you don't understand. 3,293 notes. More art from the wonderful and amazing Trash for Todo.